being roboted? I shouldn't be. Or is that just... Yeah, I'm being roboted. Okay. Yeah, I'm being roboted. Okay. Yeah, I'm being roboted. Why do you do this to me periodically, Windows? Windows! 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 Okay. So we go here, and then we shift this, and we turn this over to this, and suddenly, hopefully, everything will be good. Yes. Yes. No, it's yeah. Basically, whenever Windows decides to, there's a specific driver that whenever it updates, it flips the settings of everything and makes my life pain. But whatever. It's not a big deal in terms of that it takes only about 5 seconds to go menu, 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 change, fix. Now, let me recalibrate rainy mood, because I quite like rainy mood. Have that again, please. Now that gentle hissing and crackling is intentional and meant to be atmospheric. I want to imagine me sitting in a winged leatherback chair by a fireside whilst you listen to me read this story/game. Also, a complete lack of background music would be, well, background sound would be slightly off-putting to me myself, so I like listening to Rainy Mood if I am not listening to music and doing various worky sort of things. I like the atmosphere that it grants. Blobber personally upvotes rainymood.com. Okay, and it's go time. Yeah. Yeah. New scene. Hello, and welcome to what is, hopefully, we'll see, to be a long-running series, Lone Wolf Wednesdays, in which I, the Blobber, will be playing the Lone Wolf Saga, a digital Android implementation of the original text adventure games. Like literal, you'd have a book, and that would be a choose-your-own-adventure style book. You'd read a couple of paragraphs and be like, make a decision. Do you want to turn left? Do you want to turn right? Do you want to fight the monster? Do you want to run away? Sort of decisions. You'd manually keep track of on a separate paper. Your health, your inventory. There's a sort of digital equivalent. Well, there's a analog equivalent of an automated dice rolling system where you'd close your eyes and wiggle your hand around the page, and it would land on a random number generator. And you'd use those random numbers to run combat. I really, really liked these games as a kid. Middle school, I read as many as I could get my hands on from the school library, from 3 or 4 different local libraries, and I'd go to one, borrow the book, search the database. It would tell me that the next book isn't in this library, it's in the other library, in the other, 4 suburbs over in the other direction, and then I'd go to that one and get that book, and etc., etc. Okay. Does it hold up to my childhood memories? And just how good is this digital implementation? This is an Android implementation, so you yourself can get this on the phone. It is completely free, as you notice down the little text thing that I'm slightly blocking. Oh, bless me, author. The author released a digital copy of the original books as part of his Millennium gift to the universe. It is freely available, and this little program for downloading a digital copy of the books and doing the automated dice rolling and inventory management is also free. So this is something that you yourself can actually play before. We haven't done... We played the DS homebrew version of this for Welly maybe a year ago, but the DS version only has the first 2 books from memory. It might be the first 5, but it certainly has very few of the first few books, whereas this is supposedly more or less everything up to the end of the Grandmaster series before he becomes Yoda and starts training new people. Okay. Hi series. Light from the dark. Let's go. Oh. No. How do we start from the start of the thing? Yes, restart book. This was just testing that it works. Okay. The story so far. In the northern lands of Summerland, it has been custom for many centuries to send the children of the warrior lords to the monastery of Kai. There they are taught the skills and disciplines of their noble fathers. The Kai monks are masters of their art, and the children in their charge love and respect them in spite of the hardships of their training. For one day, when they have finally learnt the secret skills of the Kai, they will return to their homes equipped in mind and body to defend themselves against the constant threat of war from the Dark Lords of the West. In the golden times, the Age of the Black Moon... olden times, Age of the Black Moon, the Dark Lords waged war on Summerland. The conflict was long and bitter, a trial of strength that ended in victory for the Summerlanding at the great Battle of Machengorg. King Olnar and the allies of Durandor broke the Dark Lord armies at the pass of Moitura and forced them back into the bottomless abyss of Machengorg. You have potentially more for me later on? Vashna, mightiest of the Dark Lords, was slain upon the sword of King Olnar, called the Summer Sword, the Sword of the Sun. Since that age, the Dark Lords have vowed vengeance upon Summerland and the House of Olnar. Now it is in the morning of the Feast of Fairman, when all the Kai Lords are present at the monastery for the celebrations. Suddenly, a great black cloud comes out of the western skies. So many are the numbers of the great black-winged beasts that fill the sky that the sun is completely hidden. The Dark Lords, ancient enemies of the Summerlanding, are attacking. War has begun. On this fateful morning, you, Silent Wolf, the name given to you by the Kai, has been sent to collect firewood in the forest as punishment for your inattention during class. As you are preparing to return, you see to your horror a vast cloud of black, leathery creatures swoop down and engulf the monastery. Dropping the wood, you race to the battle that has already begun. But in the unnatural dark, you stumble, striking your head on a low tree branch. As you lose consciousness, the last thing that you see in the poor light are the walls of the monastery crashing to the ground. Many hours pass before you wake. With tears in your eyes, you now survey the scene of destruction. Raising your face to the clear sky, you swear vengeance on the Dark Lords for the massacre of the Kai warriors. And with a sudden flash of realization, you know what you must do. You must set off on a perilous journey to the capital city to warn the king of the terrible threat that now faces his people. For you are now the last of the Kai. You are now Lone Wolf. Proceed to next thing. Okay, you have your green tunic and cloak. You have little to arm yourself with. All that you possess is an axe and backpack containing 1 meal. Hanging from your waist is a leather pouch containing your gold crowns. To find out how many, pick a number from the random number table. This number equals the number of gold crowns you possess at the start of the adventure. You discover, amongst the smoking ruins of the monastery, a map of Summerland showing the capital city of Holmgard and the land of Duranor, far to the east. You place the map inside your tunic for safety. You also find one of the following objects. So, roll starting equipment. Meal and axe. Roll crowns. 1! Oh, that's horrible. Proceed. Your mission will be one of great danger, for the Dark Lords and their servants are cruel and fierce enemy, who give and expect no mercy. Use the map to help you steer a correct course for the capital. Make note as you progress through the story, for they will be of great help in future adventures. Many things that you find will aid you during the adventures. Special items will be of use in future Lone Wolf adventures, and others may be red herrings with no use at all. Be selective in what you decide to keep. There are many routes to the king, but only one involves a minimum of danger. With a wise choice of Kai disciplines and a great deal of courage, any player should be able to complete the mission, no matter how weak their initial combat skill or endurance score. In honor and memory of the Kai Lords, you will go on your perilous journey. Good luck. Oh, it didn't actually have me, repick my skills, which is interesting. So I picked... You basically at the start when you're building your character, which it's somewhat skipped over because I said restart this adventure, as well as rolling for my combat skill and health. I think I've done somewhat well on the health one and sort of average on the combat one. You get a whole bunch of skills to pick from. I picked hunting. This lets you find food, more or less no matter where you are. Sixth sense is essentially spider sense / I sense a disturbance in the force, sort of short-term premonition. Tracking is also... I always was a little bit... As a kid, I didn't like that tracking sort of somewhat overlaps with hunting. Hunting is specifically getting food, whereas tracking is more tracking people rather than animals, although sometimes you also will use it for animals. The implication is more you're finding things that you want rather than hunting for food. Healing is extreme. Like, I would almost say this is the only necessary skill out of all of the ones that you would pick. When you suffer damage, lose endurance from a fight, every time you would change page, so it would say, like, go to the next section. If you choose to go left, go to page, or go to section blah blah blah, on page blah. Every time you made one of those transitions, if you have the healing skill, you get a hit point back. So it's a constant source of regenerative healing. This is the thing that I consider the most useful of the starting skills. And Mind Blast is essentially, you have like, I can make you attacked with the power of my mind. It lets you have slightly higher combat skill by like +2 against monsters that aren't immune to your psychic powers. There's also a defensive version of this, so at the moment I can attack people psychically, but I have no psychic defense. And there are some monsters that will psychically attack me, and because I don't have the defense, my attack skill versus them will be lower. We've rolled axe, we have our map, and a chainmail waistcoat. Well, that's not too bad a roll. Could do worse than a chainmail waistcoat, as well as our 1 crown. How do we... I'm worried that that's not going to do what I want. Okay, it does do what I want. Also, there's map. So we can have a look at the lovely map. So we start off here, in the Kai Monastery. And memory is we're meant to make our way over to here, to the capital. Or maybe we're just going here to start with. But I feel like we're going here. It's been a long time. Well, from being a kid. And I don't specifically remember everything from when we played the DS version of this book like a year and a bit ago. In any case, back to it. You must make haste, for you sense it is not safe to linger by the smoking remains of the ruined monastery. The black-winged beasts could return at any moment. You must set out for the summer-lending capital of Holmgard. Here we go, so we can actually go look that up. Was it the faraway one? No, so we're only going here. Okay, maybe later we go over there. and tell the king the terrible news of the massacre, that the whole elite of Kai warriors, save yourself, have been slaughtered. Without the Kai lords to lend her armies, Summerland will be at the mercy of their ancient enemy, the Dark Lords. Fighting back tears, you bid farewell to your dead kinsmen. Silently, you promise that their deaths will be avenged. You turn away from the ruins and carefully descend the steep track. At the foot of the hill, the path splits into two directions, leading into a large wood. Do you want to go to the path to the right? If so, turn to section 85. Do you wish to follow the track to the left? Turn to page 275. Or do we want to use our Kai discipline of Sixth Sense? Do we want to use the Force/Spidey sense to determine what is the right path? Well, we've got the skill, we might as well get the use out of it. Section 141. Your Sixth Sense warns you that some of the creatures that attacked the monastery are searching the two paths for survivors of their raid. But you could avoid both by making your way through the undergrowth of the woods. If you wish to head south, go to section 56. If you wish to cut through the heavier foliage towards the northeast, turn to 333. I think if they're trying to search for us, we should stay under the heavier cover. You have cut your way through the thick undergrowth for nearly half an hour when you hear the beat of wings high above the trees. Looking up, you can just make out the shape of a Kran approaching from the north. It is one of the monsters that attacked the monastery, and on its back are two greyed-skinned creatures armed with long spears. These are mountain Giaks, servants of the Dark Lords, full of hatred and malice. Many centuries ago, their ancestors were used by the Dark Lords to build the infernal city of Helgadad, which lies in the volcanic wastelands beyond the Dernkrag range of mountains. The construction of the city was long and torturous, and only the strongest of the Giaks survived the heat and poisonous atmosphere of Helgadad. Hidden by the trees, you freeze, staying absolutely still as the Kran crosses overhead and disappears towards the south. When you are sure that it is gone, you move once more into the forest. You have covered about... see, already healing is proving useful. That hit on the head, that donk on the head that knocked us out at the start and cost us some health, completely fine. You've covered about a quarter mile when you hear shouting and a noise like thunderclaps ahead. Edging nearer, you soon make out a clearing. You recognize it to be the site of the ruins of Raumus, an ancient forest temple. A war party of Giaks, some 25 to 30 strong, is attacking the ruins from all sides. Many more of the Giaks are dead or dying among the broken pillars of marble, but still they assault whatever is hidden inside. Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning rips through the front ranks of the Giaks, sending the armor-clad creatures tumbling in all directions. A Giak, taller than the others, dressed from head to foot in black chainmail, curses at his troops as he whips them forward with a barbed flail. With weapon ready, you move to the edge of the clearing, under cover of the thick foliage, to try and catch a glimpse of the defenders. To your amazement, the ruins are being defended by a young man, oops, too soon, no older than yourself. You recognize his sky-blue robes embroidered with stars. He is a young theurgist of the Magicians' Guild of Tauren, an apprentice of magic. And sometimes in addition to the text, the books would have these lovely illustrations of what's going on. So here's Wizard Boy in his robe, and he's casting Lightning Bolt! Lightning Bolt! 5 Giaks charge forward, their spears raised to stab the apprentice as he hurriedly retreats deeper into the ruins. You see him turn and raise his left hand just before a bolt of blue flame shoots from his fingertips into the snarling Giak soldiers. Close to where you are hidden, you see a Giak scuttle past and climb one of the pillars of the temple. He has a long, curved dagger in his mouth. He is about to jump on the young wizard standing below. Shout a warning to the wizard, Or run forward and attack the Giak when he jumps. Or pick up a chunk of marble from the temple and throw it at the Giak's head. Or leave and run back into the woods. We're not quite that level of coward. I think we're going to help attack the Giak and help Wizard Man. Just as the Giak makes his leap, you race forward and strike out with your weapon, knocking the creature away from the young wizard's back. You jump onto the struggling Giak and strike again. Due to the surprise of your attack, add 4 to your combat skill for the duration of this fight. But remember to take it away again once this fight is over. So it has less than half our combat skill and a tiny fraction of our health. Initiate combat. Round 1. Fight. I want to be using my axe, please. Am I meant to start with a secondary weapon? Maybe I'd rolled poorly on that starting thingy. Okay. Fight. You are able to defeat your enemy without taking too much damage. Very good. We killed it in a single combat round. And we only suffered 1 HP of damage. If you win, turn to page 325. Well, we won. Upon seeing you emerge from the woods, the Giak officer shouts, "Ogot! Ogot!" to his cowering troops, who flee the ruins and run to the safety of the forest. Shaking his mailed fist at you, the black-clad Giak screams, "Rangan, Rogak, Ok, Orgadad, Daka, Okak, Rogag, Gaj," before leaving. Surveying the scene of the battle, you count 15 dead Giak lying among the broken pillars of the ruins of Ralmus. The young wizard wipes his brow and walks towards you, his hand extended in friendship. He's a young, blonde-haired youth with deep, brooding eyes. His face is lined with exhaustion and the grime of battle. His long, sky-blue robes bear evidence of living rough in the wilds. He shakes your hand and bows. "My eternal thanks, Kai Lord. My powers are nearly drained. Had you not come to my aid, I fear I would have ended my days atop a Giak lance." He is weak and unsteady on his feet. You take his arm and sit him down upon a fallen pillar, while you listen intently to what he has to say. "I am Bandon, a journeyman to the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star, which is the Magician's Guild of Tauren. My guildmaster has sent me to your monastery with the urgent message." He removes a vellum envelope from inside his robes and hands it to you. "As you see, I have opened the letter and read its contents. When the war started, I was on the highway with 2 traveling companions. The Kran attacked us, and we lost each other in the forest during our escape. The letter is a warning to the Kai Lords that the Dark Lords have mastered a vast army beyond the Durncrag range. The Guildmasters urge the Kai to cancel the celebration of Fairman and prepare for war. I fear that we were betrayed," says Bandon, his head bowed in sorrow. "One of my order, a brother called Vonatar, has explored the forbidden mysteries of the black art. 10 days ago he denounced the Brotherhood and killed one of our elders. He has since disappeared. It is rumored that he now aids the Dark Lords. We tell Bandon that of what has happened at the monastery, and of your mission to warn the king." He removes a gold chain from around his neck and hands it to you. On the chain is a small crystal star pendant. It is a symbol of my brotherhood, and we are truly brothers in this hour of darkness. It is a talisman of good fortune. May it protect you on your road ahead. Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly. You thank him and place the chain around your neck and slip the crystal star inside your shirt. Remember to add this to your inventory. Bandon bids you farewell. We must leave this place, lest the Giaks return with more of their lonesome kind to put an end to the both of us. I must return to my guild. I bid you farewell, brother. May the luck of the gods go with you. Boop. Just one sec. I need to adjust my side window things. With the wave of his hand, Bandon leaves the ruins to you, and you continue your mission, pushing on through the thick woods ahead. You have not gone far when you realize several pairs of yellow eyes are watching you from the undergrowth to your left. Suddenly, a black arrow skims the top of your head. It is a Giak ambush, and you must run away as fast as you can to escape it. As you race through the trees, you can hear the horrible cackle of the Giaks close behind. Soon the trees start to thin out, and directly ahead of you can see a rocky hillside. If you break cover and climb up the hill, turn to 311. If you choose to change direction and continue to run through the forest, yeah, let's not start climbing a mountain when we're being chased. The mountain Giaks are unaccustomed to pursuing their prey through forests, and you soon outdistance them, until finally the sound of their grunts and curses disappears completely. When you are satisfied that they have given up on the chase, you stop for a few minutes to catch your breath and check your equipment. With the memory of your ruined monastery blazing in your mind, you gather up your meager belongings and push on. Just ahead, through the tall trees, you can see clumps of dark red gallow brush, a thorny briar with sharp crimson barbs. The common name for this forest weed is sleep-tooth. The thorns are sharp and can make you feel weak and sleepy if they so much as scratch your skin. I have tracking, so we can presumably find a safe path through it. No, we've detected a friendly village nearby. Avoid the sleepy briar bush and go to 272. Keeping a watchful eye on the sky above, you quickly move along the track. You recall that this route leads to the Fogwood, a small cluster of huts that have been used by a family of charcoal burners for nearly 50 years. After 20 minutes, you reach the edge of a clearing where the huts are grouped in a small circle. There is no sign of the usual mist of wood smoke which gives Fogwood its apt name, and the huts are unusually quiet. We do indeed have tracking. Using your skills, you detect some Giak tracks around the perimeter of the clearing. The prints are fresh, and you can tell that the cruel minions of the Dark Lords were in this area less than 2 hours ago. Forewarned by this knowledge, if you still choose to investigate the huts, or if you would rather avoid the clearing, let's not maybe get ambushed. Keeping a careful watch on the huts for any sign of the enemy, you make your way around the clearing under the cover of the trees and bracken. Rejoining the track, you hurry away from Fogwood. In the distance, perched on the branch of an old oak tree, is a jet black raven. I do not have talk to animal skill, which is like one of the... After a couple of books, we gain the ability to gain an extra skill, and I'm relatively certain that I will choose talk to animals, animal kinship. It lets you talk to, get directions from, give commands to animals, as well as sort of making them know that you're not, well, you are or aren't aggressive. It can help do that. Like a big bear, if a big bear decides it wants to eat you, you're not going to, like, talk it into not. But you might, like... You might convince, like, a big elk or something, like, hey, I'm not a predator, you don't need to, like, attack me, bro. Usually it's used for things like mice and birdies for finding information, as I remember. But we do not have this skill. So, sucks to be us. As you approach, the bird flies off above the trees and disappears from view. You search the tree on which it was perched, finding nothing. At least nothing unusual. Rather than waste any more time, you continue off along the track. After a few minutes walking, you see a stranger, clad in red, standing in the center of the track ahead. He has his back towards you, and his head is covered by the hood of his robes. Perched on his arm is the raven you saw earlier. Call the stranger, approach him cautiously, or draw your weapon and attack. We'll go with the cautious. You died because of the wounds you suffered by one. You have taken less than 10 paces when the raven squawks a warning to the stranger. Turning to face you, the robed creature utters a piercing screech that freezes your blood and grips your stomach with fear and panic. It is a Vordak, a lieutenant of the Dark Lords, one of the undead. Within seconds, a host of Giaks appear at its side and attack you. You fight bravely, but are greatly outnumbered. The last thing you remember is the icy grasp of the Vordak's skeletal fingers as they close around your throat. No, let me adjust this, please. Thank you. Deaths 1. We try again. Roll. We get 2 gold this time and an extra weapon instead of the chainmail. Okay. Same skills, we will again use Sixth Sense. You are allowed to use emotes again. Yes, you are, Dutchy. Not just pokey-tonguey out. We will go through the heavier foliage. We help the wizard. Oh, poor enemy. We win. We talk to Bane again. He gives us the pendant. We will go through the forest. I do have tracking. I don't remember the player being possible to be insta-killed. But I don't exactly have the random number table in the back of my... Like, I don't have access to it in this. I think you'll just lose a lot of health in one combat roll. Okay, let's investigate the huts more then this time, I guess. Through the open doorway of the first hut, you can see the body of a charcoal burner, lying face down on the rough stone floor. He's been murdered, stabbed in the back by a spear. All his furniture and belongings have been smashed and broken, and not one piece remains intact. This is the evil handiwork of Giaks, without any doubt. For they delight in the destruction of all things. A quick check of the other huts reveals a similar story of murder and wreckage. In the last hut that you search, you discover a Giak spear. Proof of your suspicions. You may keep this weapon if you wish. Look at the objects. Oh, so this is saying, do you want to trade? Yeah, I don't really want the mace. You can only carry 2 weapons, but I wouldn't mind the spear. Sure. I do not, Dutchy. I do not. In the distance, perched on the branch, is the birdie thing. We can't, because we don't have bird talking. Okay. Well, let's not call the stranger. Let's just attack. You're only 10 or so feet away from the robed stranger when the raven squawks a warning to its master, who instantly spins around. You're frozen in your tracks by the hideous apparition of a Vordak, a lieutenant of the Dark Lords and one of the undead. You must fight him. Due to the surprise of your attack, you may add 2 points to your combat skill for the first round of combat only. So we are only 1 skill higher than him, and only 3 hit points higher. Unless you have the Kai discipline of Mind Shield. Yeah, so because he's one of these undeads that has psychic attack, he's actually making up for his slightly lower combat skill by attacking us psychically. We better hope to get reasonable damage in on the first round. This is the first round, so I get my bonus I will use my axe, yes. And as our secondary, I can't pick the spear? Maybe spear counts as two-handed. Next. He takes 6 hit points of damage and we 3. I no longer get my first round surprise bonus. (21 to 14). Okay, that was a good roll. Our random roll really helped, and so we take 1 damage to his 10. You barely survived the encounter with this enemy. You are now gravely injured and should try to heal as soon as possible. Alright, this time we defeat it. Don't worry. Old Man Blobber forgets a lot of things, Dutchie. Okay, we win. As the creature dies, its body slowly dissolves into a vile green liquid. You notice that all of the grass and the plants beneath the smoking fluid are beginning to shrivel and die. A large, valuable-looking gem lies on the ground near the body. If you wish to take the gem, turn to 304. If you would rather leave it and run, I'm going to try and take the gem. Ouch! I'm lucky we weren't on 2 health. The gem feels incredibly hot and burns your hands. You pick it up with the edge of your cloak and slip it into your backpack. A gem this big must be worth hundreds of crowns. But the Giaks are very close, and their arrows whistle past your head as you turn, and run for the safety of the forest. As you dash through the thickening trees, the shouts of the Giaks begin to fade behind you. You have nearly outdistanced them completely, when you crash headlong into a tangle of low branches. Roll a random number. If you have -9 to -11 combat skill, and you roll a 1, then you can insta-die. Okay. Well, if you roll between a 0 and a 4, go here. If you roll between a 5 and a 9. So this is RNG in our story. You are held by the mass of tangled branches and roots. Eventually you free your right hand, grab your weapon, and hack your way slowly through the foliage to the clearer forest beyond. Your cloak is torn in many places, and your left arm is cut, badly bruised above the elbow. Take 2 hit points damage and turn to the next section. You have been trudging through the forest for nearly 2 hours. The nagging fear that you are lost seems to be a reality. Apart from the occasional cry of a cran in the distance, you have seen or heard no evidence that the enemy is in this part of the forest. You descend a rocky hillock and see something unusual in the tangled woods ahead. Surrounded by thorny briars and closely packed roots, you see the entrance of a tunnel disappearing into the hillside beyond. It is approximately 7 feet in height and just over 10 feet wide. As you get closer, you can feel a slight breeze coming from the inky blackness. If the other end of this tunnel emerges on the far side of the hill, it could save you many hours of difficult climbing, but it could also harbor unknown dangers. Do we enter the monster cave? How about we climb the hillside? As you begin your climb, you hear the beat of wings approaching from the west. Coward! I'm on like half health, Bane. Cran, by the noise they are making, you estimate that there are at least 10, perhaps even more. You curse your bad luck, for the hillside offers no cover from the sky. If you attacked during this climb, it will be nearly impossible to fight back. The game agrees with you, Bane, and it wants us to go into the cave. Or we could try and remain completely still and hope that the Cran will not spot us. We will take the possible danger to the certain danger. The tunnel is dark and the air is much cooler than outside. You carefully advance with one hand on the tunnel wall to aid your sense of direction. You've been in total darkness for 3 minutes when you detect the foul smell of decay ahead, similar to rotting meat. If you have a torch and tinderbox, you may light it. Suddenly, something heavy drops from the tunnel ceiling onto your back, and you fall to your knees. It is a burrow crawler, and you must fight it. It is trying to strangle you with its long, slimy tentacles. If you don't have a torch, you get -3 to your combat during this fight, because you're fighting in the dark. It's also immune to Mind Blast, and we cannot animal friendship it. It doesn't have very great combat skill, although better than us considering that we're dark fighting. And it doesn't have that much health. One more hit. We took 4, he took 4. Your enemy was able to stab you before you killed him, but it didn't harm you too much. Let's go on now. We're down to 12 of 28 health. If you win, turn to 319. The slimy creature lets out a long, ghastly death cry as it collapses. You are near to panic and scramble to your feet, grabbing what you think to be your belt from the jaws of the dead beast. You can see light in the far distance, and you sprint for it as fast as you can. When you emerge into the daylight, you fall onto the leafy ground and fight for breath in painful gasps. Slowly sitting upright, you notice that you are still wearing your belt. You had not lost it at all. What you had grabbed from the jaw of the burrow crawler was a leather strap with a small pouch and a sheathed dagger halfway along it. You break it open at the clasp to find it contains 20 gold crowns. We're rich! You may take both the dagger and the crowns, if you are able. Do I want the dagger more than a spear? Yeah, I'll say we'll want the potential to conceal a weapon like a spear. I don't remember doing that in any of these games, but it seems possible. Cool. Then proceed. The forest begins to thin out, until finally you can make out the road ahead, through the trees. The highway is full of people heading south. Many are wheeling their possessions along on handcarts. If you wish to join the refugees and perhaps learn more of what has happened, turn to section 30. If you would prefer to continue to move south, but under the cover of the trees, turn to section 167. Yeah, let's talk to the civilians. The people look tired and hungry. They have come many miles from their burning city. You hear the beat of huge wings coming from the north. Kran! Kran! Hide yourselves! The cry goes up along the road. Just in front of you, a wagon carrying small children breaks down. Its right wheel jammed in a furrow. The children scream in panic. If you wish to help the children, turn to page 194. If you would rather run for the cover of the trees, turn to page 261. We aren't called helpful. Yep. We aren't called helpful, Wolf. Sweating and out of breath, you part the dense undergrowth to see a Kran hovering above the wagon. 3 ghoulish Giaks drop from its back, startling the horses. They advance upon the helpless children with their spears. If you wish to run back and help the children, go to page 208. If you want to run deeper into the forest, we bravely run away. You have not gone far when you hear the sound of battle to the west. If you wish to follow the sound, turn to 97. If you would rather continue south, turn to 6. We should avoid the battle, I think. In the distance, you can hear the sound of horses galloping nearer. You crouch behind a tree and wait as the riders come closer. They are the cavalry of the King's Guard, wearing the white uniforms of His Majesty's army. If you wish to call them, turn to 183. If you wish to let them pass through and continue on your way, yeah, let's talk to the Kniggets. The officer orders his men We should tell them about the children. To halt and asks you your business. You tell him who you are, how the monastery has been destroyed. He is deeply saddened to hear your news. He offers us a horse and asks you to accompany him to Prince Pelethar, the king's son. Sure, we'll take a horse. Ahead of you, you can see a fierce battle raging along the stone bridge. The clash of steel and the cries of men and beasts echo through the forest. In the midst of the fighting, you see Prince Pelethar, the king's son. He is in combat with a large grey Gorgaz, who is wielding a black axe above his scaly head. Suddenly, the prince falls wounded. A black arrow... We're out of the forest now, Vama. In his side. If you wish to defend the fallen prince, or if you choose to run away. Yep. Prince gets help, children not so much. Oh god, it's stronger than us. The creature that you now face is a Gorgaz, one of the race of cold-blooded reptilian creatures that dwell deep in the treacherous Makenmire swamps. Their favorite food is human flesh. The prince's sword lies at your feet. You may pick up and use this weapon if you wish. It is about to strike you. You must fight him to the death. Oh, I don't know this is gonna go well. Oh, we did more damage than him. We did more damage again. Very good. Woo! We rolled quite lucky. Okay. We succeed to go to section 82. The giant Gorgaz lies dead at your feet. His evil followers hiss at you and fall back from the bridge. The prince's soldiers form a protective wall around you, and their dying leader with their shields. Black arrows whistle past your head. The dying prince looks into your eyes and says, "You must take a message to my father. The enemy is too strong. We cannot hold them. The king must seek that which is in Duranor, or all is lost. Take my horse and ride for the capital. May the luck of the gods ride with you." You bid a sad farewell to the prince, mount his white steed, and head south along the forest path. The battle still rages behind you as the prince's men fight off another assault on the bridge. The prince's horse is a magnificent animal, fast and sure of foot. You gallop along the twisting track as if it were a straight highway, until the noise of battle has disappeared far behind you. You are hungry and must eat a meal. So one of the rules is if you can't eat when you're told to eat, you lose like 4 HP. And I think there might have been something like if this happens 3 times in a row, you die? Though I'm not sure. After several miles, the path stops abruptly at the junction. There is a signpost, but it has been hacked down. We will eat our 1 meal. You eat a meal, after which you continue. If we want to use tracking, go to 254. That sounds like a wise idea. Use our skills. Your tracking tells you that several trails from the right path lead off in the direction of the left path. They have been made by large wolves. The Dark Lords use these beasts to scout for their armies. They are vicious creatures and often ridden by Giax. The left path heads towards Holmgard, which is where we're supposed to be going to, and the right leads off towards the Duran Crag Mountains. So do you head towards the enemy or towards the place you're supposed to go? Left. Towards where we're supposed to go. You have ridden about 3 miles when in the distance you spot the unmistakable silhouette of 5 large doom wolves. Riding on their backs are Giax. They seem to be going on ahead to where the path leads down to an open meadow. One of the Giax leaves the others and begins to ride back towards you. Let him pass. Go to 176 or fight. I would like more health before we fight, so let him run past. You hide behind some thick bushes so that the Doom Wolf and its rider will not see your white horse. It seems to work. The beast lopes past and vanishes down the track that you've just come along. If you wish to attack the remaining riders, or if you wish to go deeper into the forest... I'm not attacking 4 Doom Wolf riders, no. You ride deeper and deeper into the forest. Silently you thank the prince for such a fine horse, and although the ground is a tangle of briars and roots, the horse never once falters. The Doom Wolves are soon left far behind, and you bring your horse to a halt. The light has faded fast, and it is almost night. Press on ahead, or, if you wish to bear left... No, press on ahead. You have covered about 2 miles when the trees thin out ahead. You see a small wooden shack on the edge of a lake. A cloaked man approaches and offers to row you and your horse across the lake for a fee of 2 gold crowns. Let's use our spidey sense. You sense something is wrong. With fighting all around and the forces of the Dark Lord so near, why has this man stayed in the forest? You feel a strange aura of evil around him and decline his offer. Night falls and you are soon engulfed in total darkness. To press on would be useless, for you would be sure to lose your way. Tethering your horse to a tree, you pull your cloak about you and fall into a restless sleep. And healing has been doing its wonder, and we're almost up to full health from that, half health that we had dropped to. You are awoken by the sound of troops in the distance. Across the lake you see the black-cloaked figures of Dracharim and a pack of Doom Wolves and their riders. A crane appears above the trees and lands on the roof of the small wooden shack. It is ridden by a creature dressed in red. The crane takes off and begins to fly across the lake to where you are hidden. Fight the creature? No, thank you. Continue. Deeper into the forest. As you push on into the forest, you hear the wings of the crane pass above the trees and disappear northwards. You ride for nearly an hour until you come to a clearing. On the far side is a track that leads off to the south. If you wish to enter the clearing and take the south exit, turn to 34. If you would rather skirt the edge of the clearing and pick up the track further along, turn to 118. There's a dragon around. So dragon thing. Let's avoid going out into the open. You spur the horse to a gallop and race down the long straight path. In the far distance, you can make out the silhouette of Holmgard. On the horizon, its high walls and tall spires glinting in the morning sun. Your path joins a highway running north to south. It is the main turnpike road between the northern port of Torin and the capital. You set off towards Holmgard, your eyes peeled for Kran in the clear morning sky. And full health! You've ridden several miles and have seen no sign of refugees. You race on towards a high ridge in the middle distance. You should be able to see the capital from there. As you reach the peak, the sight that meets you on the far side is one of hope. But there is still one challenge you know you have to face. Before you are the tall, grey-white walls and glimmering spires of Holmgard, the city's banners fluttering from the battlements in the fresh morning breeze. Stretching out towards the west, the river Eldil traces its course from the mountains of the Derncrag Range to the Holmgulf. But below the mountain peaks, you can see a vast black army marching relentlessly towards the capital. To your right, you can see the highway heading off over the rolling plain towards Holmgard. At a gallop, you could make the outer fieldworks of the city's defences in less than an hour, but you would be in the open for most of the time and vulnerable to the attacks of the Cran. Directly ahead of you, a wide river drifts sluggishly towards the Eldil. If you abandoned your horse, you could swim towards the outer defences under cover of the riverbanks. Or there is a final alternative. To your left lies the Graveyard of the Ancients, These tombs are crumbling monuments to a forgotten age, and might conceal your approach, but it is a forbidden area. Many are the unnamed horrors that lie there in restless sleep, waiting to consume an unwary trespasser. So we've got highway, hide in the river, or go through the totally not zombie-infested graveyard. River. Peering over the steep undercut of the riverbank, you can see a tangle of driftwood. Along the water's edge, a large tree trunk has grounded on a clay bank next to a small canoe. If you wish to use the log, turn to 223. If you wish to use the canoe, turn to 4. Let's have a look at the canoe. It is a small one-man canoe in very poor condition. The wood has split and warped, and the craft appears to be leaking. You quickly patch up the worst of the holes with some clay and bail out the water. This seems to stop the leaking for a moment. Stowing your equipment at the bow, you set off downstream using a piece of driftwood as a paddle. After a short while, you hear the sound of horses galloping towards you. Let's use our spidey sense. Your senses reveal that more than just horses are headed towards you. You can make out over the very high shrieks. You can just make out the very high shrieks of Giak war cries in the distance. By the number of cries and curses, you eliminate that there are over a dozen Giaks, and probably Doomwolves as well. You decide that advertising your existence is not a good idea. Peering out carefully, you can see 3 green-clad men on horses racing along the bank. You recognize them as border rangers, the regiment of the King's army that polices the western borders. One is wounded and slumped over the neck of his horse. Close behind follow a pack of 20 Doomwolves, their Giak riders firing arrows at the rangers, which fall all around them. One ranger drops from his horse and rolls down the riverbank, a black arrow deeply embedded in his right leg. Help the ranger, or stay hidden. We're on full health. Let's risk it. Swimming towards the bank, you can see the ranger spread-eagled at the water's edge. You reach him, but find he has broken his neck in the fall and is dead. 2 Giaks jump down from above, and you must fight them. You are unarmed and must fight them with your bare hands. Deduct 4 points for combat skill for the duration of this fight, and you must fight them one at a time. Ow! Still, they've got considerably less combat skill than us. I want my axe. Oh, can I put the dagger in my second hand now? Indeed I can. 3 versus 8. 2 versus 10. Barely but a scratch. And then the second one. 4 versus 5. 3 versus 7. 2 versus 10. If you win, turn to 165. Black arrows embedded themselves in the mud all around you. More Giaks have appeared on the steep slope of the riverbank and are firing. There is no cover on this side of the river. If you wish to dive into the water and swim with the current, go to 294. If you wish to swim across to the cover of the trees on the other bank, let's swim down the river. Staying underwater as long as you can, you surface to see the Giaks far behind you. You have lost your weapons and backpack, but at least you are still alive. RIP! You wade out of the muddy water and continue your journey under cover of the trees that line the right-hand bank. Pick a number from the random number table. You have picked 0 to 2. Go here. In the far distance, you can make out the silhouette of soldiers on barges that are strung out in a line across the river. You can hear the low growls of Doomwolves returning along the opposite bank. For once, you throw caution to the wind and sprint along the riverbank towards the barges in the distance. You have been spotted by the guards, who level their crossbows at you. We will walk slowly, with hands raised. 2 soldiers and a sergeant runs towards you, their crossbows aimed at your head. As they get nearer, they recognize your Kai cloak, and a look of relief spreads across their faces. My lord, where are the other Kai masters? We are in desperate need of their wisdom. The Dark Lords press us most cruelly, and our casualties are high. You inform them of the fate of your kinsman and the urgency of your mission to see the king. He takes you back to the barges, where an officer accompanies you on horseback towards the high walls and main gate of Holmgard. You reach the main gates of the capital and stare at awe at the height of the city walls. 200 feet high, the walls of Holmgard have withstood the ravages of both time and the Dark Lords. You and the officer race through the tunnels of the inner gatehouse, 100 yards in length, and finally halt outside the doorway of the main watchtower. Great crowds of soldiers and civilians are running to and fro. So, do we continue following the officer, or try and go on our own? I reckon we'll follow the officer. Staying close to the officer, you follow him through the arced portal up a short set of stairs. The soldiers run back and forth, bearing ornate orders and scrolls to officers stationed around the city walls. A haggard and scar-faced man dressed in white and purple robes of the king's court approaches you and bids you follow him to the citadel. Sure. You follow the man into a small library off the main hall. He pushes one of the many books on the shelves which line the four walls. You hear a metallic click. One section of the bookcase slowly slides back to reveal a hidden passage. If you do not wish to enter the dark corridor, leave the guild hall and return to the street. Let's trust this guy. You walk for 10 minutes along a dark and winding corridor and start to climb a steep staircase to a small wooden door. He presses a secret catch and the door opens. You enter a large, plushly decorated room with huge marble bath that takes up one corner of the room. The man suggests that you refresh yourself here while he seeks an audience with the king. You bathe quickly and change into white robes that have been left out on a large marble table. A man returns shortly and leads you through a long corridor lined with exquisite tapestries. You finally arrive at a large door guarded by 2 soldiers wearing silver armor. You are about to meet the king. You enter the Chamber of State, a magnificent hall, lavishly decorated in white and gold. Good day, Bob. The king and his closest advisors are studying a large map spread upon a marble plinth at the center of the chamber, their faces lined with worry and concentration. A silence fills the hall as you tell of the death of your kinsman and of your perilous journey to the citadel. As you finish your story, the king approaches and takes your right hand in his. Lone Wolf, you have selfless courage, the quality of a true Kai Lord. Your journey here has been one of great peril, and although your news comes as a grievous blow, the spirit of your determination is like a beacon of hope to us all in this dark hour. You have brought great honor to the memory of your masters, and for that we praise you. You receive the praise and heartfelt thanks of the entire Hall of Honor. Of the entire hall. An honor that brings a certain redness to your young face. The king raises his hand, and all the voices cease. You have done all that Summerlund could have asked of your loyal son, but she is yet in great need. The Dark Lords are powerful once more, and their ambition knows no bounds. Our only hope lies with Duranor, with the power that once defeated the Dark Lords an age ago. Lone Wolf, you are the last of the Kai. You alone have the skills. Will you journey to Duranor and return with the Summer Sword, the Sword of the Sun? Only with that gift of the gods may we crush this evil and save our land. If you wish to accept the quest for the Summer Sword, begin your adventure with Book 2, Fire on the Water. Woo! Book 1 success. 1 book, 1 death. Not too bad. Not too bad. Join us for Book 2. Hello and welcome to Book 2, Fire on the Water, of our Lone Wolf Wednesday series. The story so far. In the northern lands of Summerland, it has been the custom for many centuries... Huh? Oh no, it's the same thing. So that's the same, that's the same, that's the same, that's the same, that's the same. Okay, where it changes. You got to Holmgard, the capital, and despite the many dangers you fought your way there and delivered your warning to the king's court. You were greatly praised for your skill and bravery, but told your mission is not yet complete. With the Kai Lords dead, there remains only one power in all of Magnamud that could save your people from the Dark Lords, the Summer Sword. After the defeat of Vashna, the Summer Sword had been bestowed upon the allies of Duranor as a mark of trust and allegiance that exists between the two kingdoms. In return, King Alan of Duranor gave Summerland a magnificent golden ring, bearing the golden arms of Duranor. This ring is known as the Seal of Hammerdal. At that time, King Aelin vowed that if ever the Shadow of the West would rise to threaten Summerland, Duranor would come to the aid of her ally. The king has given you the Seal of Hammerdal. Your quest is to travel to Duranor to fetch the Summer Sword back. But meanwhile, the enemy have broken through the outer defences to the capital and preparing to besiege the city. As Captain Deval of the King's Guard leads you to the Royal Armoury to equip you for your mission, the King's words keep coming back to you. 40 days, Lone Wolf. We have the strength to stand against them for only 40 days. You may now have one additional skill. So because we completed a book, we now get one extra skill. And I was saying we should really probably choose Talk to Animals. Guard Captain Deval leads you to the Royal Armoury, where your green tunic and Kai cloak are taken from you to be repaired and cleaned. While you await their journey, he hands you a pouch of gold for you to take. To find how much is in the pouch, pick a number from the random number table. Add 10 to that number. The total is the number of gold crowns inside the pouch. If you've successfully completed Book 1, you may add this to any crowns that you possessed from the end of that adventure. On a large table, sadly we lost like everything we owned by jumping into the river. On the large table in the center of the armory are a number of items. You may pick 2 of the following. Sword. Chainmail waistcoat sounds tempting. Food would also be useful. I'm going to go with the chainmail waistcoat. No. Memory says this reduces damage that you take by 2 or something. Your mission will be one of great danger. This is the same, this is the same, this is the same, this is the same. If you pick your skills, well, etc., etc., you shouldn't die no matter how crappy your combat skill rolls were. Okay. Captain Deval and his guards escort you to the Citadel Gate, where a small covered wagon awaits you. As soon as you clamber in, the gates are thrown open, and you are hurried away through the crowded streets of Holmgard. Well, my thinking is, Barb, that if we are in a city, I'll be able to pay for food, and that if I'm not, I have hunting. I specifically have both tracking and hunting, so I should be pretty good for getting a meal equivalent. After a short but uncomfortable journey, the wagon stops and the driver pulls open the canvas flap. This is the key, my lord. There is your ship, the Green Scepter. He speaks, and the driver points across the quay to a sleek trade caravel anchored near to the harbour wall. The first mate's name is Ronan. You will find him waiting for you across the square at the Good Cheer Inn. The driver bids you farewell and disappears into the teeming crowds. You reach the inn to find the front door locked and the windows shutters barred. You try to decide what to do next when a hand grabs your arm and you are pulled into the darkness. If you wish to draw your weapon and attack the unknown assailant, turn to 273. If you wish to pull free of his grasp, turn to 160. And we won't instantly attack. Forgive me, my lord, I did not mean to startle you. He seems nervous, and the open hand that is extended towards you is visibly shaking. With some caution, you accept this gesture of friendship and sit with the man at a tavern table. The place is deserted, save a couple of mice gnawing at a large chunk of cheese. Captain Kelman has instructed me to take you to the Green Scepter. but only if I am sure that you are the Kai Lord they call a lone wolf. Can you prove your identity? You decide that you must show him your mastery of one of your disciplines. And if you picked, like... It's possible from memory for you to have picked none of these, if you chose really weirdly, or if you choose not to prove that you're you, and then he, like, you have to go a really rough path, if I remember. We'll use the animal talking on the animals. Feeling hungry, you say, peering at the two busy house mice in the far corner. Would you perhaps care for some cheese? Using your discipline, you order the two mice to bring the cheese to you. The sailor looks on in amazement as the two furry creatures deposit the cheese at your feet and then scurry away. You are indeed a Kai Lord. Or should I say, you were! Ha 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 ha! As he speaks, the door crashes open behind you and you turn to see 3 harbour thugs advancing towards you, each armed with a scimitar. You have no choice but to fight the 3 all as one enemy. Okay, they have less health, but the same combat skill. Next. No, equip my weapon, please. I choose sword. Do I have my dagger from last round? No, I do not. Next. Yeah, they're half dead. 2/3 dead. Completely dead. You defeated the enemy without taking too much damage. Very well done. If you win combat, turn to 333. The sailor who claimed to be First Mate Ronan seems to have escaped during the fight. You quickly search the bodies of the harbour thugs and find nothing of value. You do notice that each of them has a tattoo of a serpent on their left wrist. Whoever sent them to kill you must already know the importance of your quest. You leave the tavern by the side door and discover the dead body of a sailor lying beneath some stairs. Inside the collar of his blood-stained jacket is a tag bearing the name Ronan. This must be the real Ronan. He has been murdered. You cover the body and turn towards the quay where the green scepter is anchored 300 yards from the harbour wall. If you wish to use one of the many small boats, or coracles... What the hell is a coracle? A small, rounded, lightweight boat of the sort traditionally used in Wales. Turn to page 300. If you wish to hunt down the imposter who pretends to be Ronan... No, let us head straight for our boat. As you paddle towards the sleek trade caravel, you notice to your surprise that the boarding ladder has been pulled up. A mean-looking sailor leans over the gunwale and curses at you. He seems to think that you are a refugee trying to stow away on the boat. But when you shout that you are the lone wolf and you are ambushed by an imposter in the tavern, the ladder is lowered again. As you climb over the side of the ship, you are met by a tall man in gold-braided uniform. His face is covered by a shock of red bright hair and a bright red beard. "Haul anchor!" he booms. The crew spring into action as if their lives depended on it. The captain ushers you below to his cabin, where he pours 2 glasses of one Wanlo, a strong spirit. His face shows concern as you tell him of what has happened. There is evil treachery at work, and the enemy already has plans afoot to thwart your quest. He begins when you have told your tale. It seems that you have lost the element of surprise, and I have lost a courageous first mate. Let us only hope that the voyage to Duranor will be swift and safe. You leave him to go up on deck just in time to see to see the outline of Holmgard on the horizon. With mixed feelings of pride and apprehension, you descend the stairway to your cabin as the last spire of the capital disappears from view. Pick a random number. You have picked 2 to 3. Proceed to 316. The following morning you are woken by the cry of the ship's outlook, high in the crow's nest. "Ship ahoy! Ship off starboard bow!" You climb up on deck and brace yourself against the fresh sea breeze. On the horizon you can see the wooded coastline of East Summerland. But in the middle distance is a merchant ship that looks rather damaged. It is low in the water and has only one remaining mast. It flies the flag of Duranor, though the flag is upside down, a signal of distress. Use the random number table. You urge the captain to investigate, but he ignores your pleas and orders the crew to continue with their duties. As the trading ship disappears from view, you stare at it and wonder why the captain was so reluctant to do anything. You descend below deck and take care to lock the door of the cabin behind you. After 3 uneventful days at sea, you find shipboard life dreary. If you have healing, any endurance points that you lost in your adventure to this point can be restored. This will bring your endurance back to its original. If you do not have the skill, you may heal half instead. On the afternoon of the 4th day, you are talking with an injured sailor up on deck when you smell smoke seeping up from the hold. Warn the captain. As you burst into the cabin, the captain looks up in surprise. "Fire in the hold!" you gasp, breathless from your run. In an instant, the captain is through the door and ordering the crew to fill buckets with water and gather blankets to smother the fire. By the time you reach the forward hold, the smoke is dense. Suddenly, the ship is thrown into a frenzy as flames erupt from the hatch cover. It takes over an hour to contain the blaze, and the damage is great. The entire store of food and fresh water was in the hold, and the hull has been badly weakened. The captain climbs out of the smoking hold and approaches you, his face black with soot. He is carrying something in a bundle under his arm. "We must talk in private, my lord," he says. Without replying, you turn and follow him to his cabin. After taking care to close his door, the captain opens a mysterious bundle and tips the contents onto his table. A large charred earthenware jug and several blackened rags drop in a heap. They give off a strange oily smell. "This was no accident," he says solemnly. "'Twas an act of sabotage. The forward hold is a food store, yet I find this oil jug and these soaked rags on the floor. Someone on this ship is prepared to risk his life to stop us reaching Duranor." You stare at the burnt rags as if they hold the answer to your question. Suddenly, a cry from up on deck breaks the silence. "Ship ahoy! Ship off the port!" Grabbing his sword and telescope, the captain disappears through the door and up the ladder to the deck above. We will quickly search his cabin. Keeping an eye on the door, you quickly search the drawers of an ornate chart table. There doesn't appear to be anything unusual about its contents. You find charts, maps, navigational instruments. You are about to abandon the fruitless search when you notice a small lever hidden below a tabletop. You push it and a panel flips open to reveal a small wooden box with a brass lock. If you wish to prise the lock open, turn to page 190. If you have force telekinesis, mind over matter, turn to 287. If you wish to push it back before he knows something is wrong. Yeah, let's not piss him off by breaking his thing. "It seems our bird has flown," says the captain, pointing to a long boat moving swiftly towards another ship on the horizon. She flies no flag, and her hull is of a strange shape. "I've never before seen the like of it." You watch as the longboat reaches the mysterious ship. As if by magic, a sea fog appears from nowhere and engulfs the vessel. Moments later, both the ship and the fog disappear. Use the random number table. We have rolled 0 to 4, so pick this. You hear whispering among the crew and catch the words "ghost ship" and "cursed voyage." But the whispering stops when the captain's voice calls for all hands on deck. Silence descends on the Green Scepter as Captain Kelman addresses the crew. "We are 3 days' sail from Port Bax, but with a strong wind and a stout heart we will drop anchor and feast therein too. Fire has claimed many of our provisions, and our rations are hereby cut to 1 meal a day. A guard will be placed upon the freshwater cask. We are strong, we shall endure. Any man found thieving will receive 100 lashes. That is all. The crew seem unhappy, but none of them dares challenge his authority." Later that afternoon, you are invited by both crew and the captain to take your evening meal. Eat with the captain. The meal is poor and made of yesterday's leftovers. What the captain tells you as you finish your eager meal confirms your suspicions. "I have a confession to make. The fire destroyed our entire food store. We will have barely enough in the galley for this meal. I feel that we will have to survive on a diet of fresh fish until we reach Port Bax. Unless you have food in your backpack, this makes you hungry and you lose 2 health. After dinner, the captain challenges you to a game of Saga, a board game, a little like chess, involving skillful strategy and bluff. To add a little excitement, he suggests a small wager. We can't eat. Boo hiss. If you don't eat anything, and you can't use hunting, you lose health. If you wish to accept his offer, turn to 12. If you don't wish to play, you can go to sleep by going here. We will play his game. Captain Kelman unlocks a display case and removes a Saga board. A beautifully carved playing piece. The beautifully carved playing piece is already in position when he carefully sets it down upon the table. After somewhat reluctantly agreeing to a wager of 10 gold crowns, you begin the game. Like half of our money. Your score is 4-6. Go here. You play a daring strategy, Lone Wolf, but I think I have you now. He moves the ornate keystone across the side of the board with a triumphant smile. But it soon fades to a look of shock as you unexpectedly counter his move. Stalemate, you reply coolly. He stares at the board in disbelief. The skills of the Kai never cease to amaze me, he says, slowly scratching his head. He is still staring at the board when you finally bid him good night and return to your cabin. So there was presumably a lose-win, or lose, draw, and win option, and we got the draw. As dawn breaks, a fierce storm rises, and you are woken by the violent rocking of the ship. The floor of your cabin is awash, and the shouts of the crew can hardly be heard above the howling wind. Dressing quickly, you gather up your equipment and make your way to deck. You are soon joined by the captain, who takes hold of your arm and orders you to return to the cabin. Suddenly, you start to go down. There is a thunderous crack. High in the sky, in the rigging, part of the mast snaps. You look up to see the shattered pole falling towards you. Oh, we rolled really bad. You dive backwards, only just in time to avoid the falling mast. It smashes straight through the deck. You stagger upright and peer into the mass of shattered timbers. Pinned beneath the broken mast is the lifeless body of Captain Kelman. As you stare in horror, a loud crack fills the air, and the storm breaks open the already damaged hull of the Green Scepter. As the ship breaks up, you are hurled over the side into the raging sea. Gasping for air, you claw your way up to the surface, but strike your head on a hatch cover. Lose 1 hit point, and pull yourself onto a makeshift raft. If you're wearing a chainmail waistcoat, discard it now or you will surely drown. But that was the special item I picked. In the grey light of the storm, you watch as the broken ship sinks beneath the heaving sea. You are feeling dizzy and very sick. Hanging on to the cover with all your strength, you gradually slip unconscious. When you eventually awake, the storm has passed. The only trace of the Green Scepter is the hatch cover on which you lie. By the position of the sun, you suppose it to be late afternoon. In the distance, you can see a small fishing boat, and beyond it, the coastline stretches out along the horizon. If you wish to use your cloak to signal the boat, or if you want to paddle towards shore, let's signal the boat. You desperately wave your cloak until you are near exhaustion. Pick a random number from the table to see if your action is rewarded. No. Oh no, we are in luck, for the boat has seen your distress signal and is headed towards you. A small fishing boat from the port of Ragadorn. The fishermen are a rough-looking bunch, but they wrap you in a warm blanket and offer you some food. Their captain suggests that you sleep, as it will be 2 or 3 hours before you arrive back in Ragadorn. No, I'll stay awake. It's nearly dark when the small fishing boat passes through the harbour entrance of Ragadorn. You still see no sign of survivors from the storm, and you fear the worst. You notice that the fishermen are acting very suspiciously. They whisper to each other, and their eyes glance frequently at your money pouch. As the boat sails into the estuary, they surround you and demand you hand over your gold. You are about to fight when you have an unexpected blow from behind that knocks you to the deck. You see one of the fishermen raises his foot. As it strikes your head, suddenly everything fades to darkness. When you awake, you are shocked to find yourself lying beneath a wooden jetty, and the shallow water surrounding you fills your nostrils with a foul stench. You stand, your head throbs violently, as if you had been knocked unconscious, for this is exactly what has happened to you. Your gold, your backpack, your weapons, all of your special items have been stolen by the fisherman. With a groan of despair, you climb out of the slimy water and pull yourself onto the jetty. Looking up, you find a faded sign. No. I need that. I need the seal. There are many ships of all sizes and nationalities moored on the harbour. The River Dawn, which divides the city of Ragadan, has always been busy. You're about to give up your search when you spot the thieves' fishing boat. There is nobody aboard, but a thorough search of the cabin reveals a mace and 3 gold crowns, hidden inside a folded hammock. The hammock bears a label that reads, "The North Star Tavern, Barnacle Street." You take the mace and crowns and return to Stone Post Square. We will head along Barnacle Street because the note in the book... The note in the boat suggests there was goat. No. Suggests that they were in the North Star Tavern on Barnacle Street. So that is the street that we will head towards. 30 yards along, you find the sounds of merriment drifting out of a large, ramshackle building. There is a creaking sign above it, the North Star Tavern. Yes. The tavern is full of brigands and drunks. The good-for-nothing crews of trading ships moored at the jetty, all singing and drinking, while some try their strength at arm wrestling. All are so engrossed that nobody notices you enter. In the far corner, you see the fishermen that robbed you. They are seated around a table with empty ale tanks. You know that if you are to reach Duranor in time, you must retrieve the seal. Confront them, talk to the innkeeper, or try to win gold crowns and arm wrestling. Confront them. The fishermen stare at you with open mouths as if they have seen a corpse rise from the dead. One of them kicks open the table and makes their escape through the back door. In one bound, you leap over the table and pursue them out of the tavern into the darkness beyond. So do we go after the one that's running away, or the two that we have in the inn? I will pursue this guy. The back door opens onto a small square, in the center of which is a large tomb. The fishermen have disappeared into the gloomy streets. All that is, except one who slipped on the wet cobblestones and knocked himself out, lying in the gutter with his face submerged in a puddle. You roll him over with your foot and search him. You find 5 crowns, a dagger, and to your great relief, the seal of Hammerdal. Mark on your action chart those actions you wish, the objects you wish to take with you. Yes, I need the seal. We've lost Bane's crystal. Boo. 5 gold crowns and a dagger. If you have the discipline of tracking, turn to here, go back to the tavern. If you want to study the tomb, if you wish to head along Tomb Street, and if you wish to head along Watchtower Street. Let's look at our tracking skill says. You must find shelter for the night or you will risk being arrested by the city guard. Your Kai sense tell you the best course of action is to return to the tavern and ask the innkeeper for a room. Refreshed by a comfortable night's sleep, you could then make plans to reach Duranor first thing in the morning. As you enter the tavern, you see most of the sailors are cluttered around a table, watching an arm wrestling contest. How many monies do I have? 5. Let's talk to the innkeeper. We will buy a room for the night. The innkeeper hands you a key. Room 4, second left at the top of the stairs. I expect you out an hour after dawn. Your room contains nothing more than a bed, a chair, and a small table. You lock the door and prop the chair against it for good measure. Before settling down to sleep, you resolve to find another route to Duranor in the morning. You awake at dawn to the sound of heavy rain falling on the cobbled streets outside. It has been 6 days since you left Holmgard. You must eat a meal or lose health. You gather your equipment and leave the room. As you descend the rickety stairs, you see the innkeeper clearing the floor with a mop and bucket. Can I use hunting? Somehow I think I'm not supposed to be able to use hunting in the city. But whatever. Talk to the innkeeper about how we might get there? The big man looks at you and says in a cynical voice, the coach station. The coach leaves from Port Backs this afternoon. For a gold crown, I'll tell you how to get there. But I've only got like 3 left. Yeah. Okay, I'll pay him. You get there by putting one foot in front of the other like this, and with a loud laugh, he walks behind the counter and disappears into the kitchen. You curse his trickery and leave the inn, pausing only in your anger to kick over his bucket of dirty water. You head south and follow the quayside until you come to a junction, where the street heads off towards the east. Most of the shops in this street are still closed, except for one to your right. There's a sign above the door. Ginelda Coop, alchemist, magical potions, bought and sold. I mean, we don't have anything to sell, and she isn't the stagecoach thing. You are standing opposite a large building with a sign on the wall. Raggadorn Stables and Coach. A green-clad coachman is sitting next to a board that reads Portbacks, journey time 7 days. If you wish to approach him and ask to buy a ticket, turn to 136. 20 crowns. If you have 20 crowns, turn to page 10. If you don't, sucks to be you. Opposite the coach is a narrow street leading to a gambling house. No weapons allowed. You are excited at the chance of being able to win gold and quickly enter. Any weapons you have are left at the guard door. You can recover them when you decide to leave. You're given a silver token worth 1 gold crown. It can only be used in this gaming house. You only receive the silver free token once, regardless of how many times you come and go. The entrance hall opens into a huge room where gambling is progressing. One that catches your eye is called Cartwheel. At one end of the table, an attractive young woman spins a black dish divided into 10 sections marked 0 to 9. As the dish spins, she drops a small silver ball onto it, which eventually comes to rest in one of the numbered sections. So, basically roulette. Several merchants are seated around the table, and they are betting heavily on the fall of the silver ball. To play Cartwheel, you must first decide on the number you would like to bet on and how many crowns. Make a note of the number, and then pick a number from the random number table. If you pick the same number, you win 8 gold crowns for every one that you gamble. If the number that you pick is immediately before or after, you win 5 gold crowns for every 1 gold crown that you stake. There is a limit to how much you can win at this table. 40. You may play as many rounds as you wish until either you lose them all or you decide to pick up your winnings. If you've lost all your money, proceed to 167. If you have winnings to collect, or you wish to withdraw what money you have left, leave the building and go to here. Okay. What are we gonna roll? Let's bet on 3. You've lost a gold crown. 7. $1 left. No. How can we leave? You can't? Oh no, you can probably use back. Sure. You are standing opposite the stagecoach thing. No. Let's say that we have no money, even though we have 1. And then we'll say we have no money. You leave the gambling house and walk dejectedly back towards the coach station. In the distance you can see the east gates of the city. Waiting below is the coach. You must get to Portbacks. The future of Summerland depends on it. You slip past the guard and board the coach without him seeing you enter. As the departure time gets nearer, 5 other passengers climb in and seat themselves around you. The guard slams the door and you begin your journey. We've rolled 7 to 9. After half an hour, the coach is stopped by armed horsemen. They wear the black ship and red crest emblem of Lachlan, of the Overlord of Ragadorn. They demand gold in payment for what they call exit taxes, 1 crown from each passenger. The other travellers each place a crown on a small plate. If you can pay the tax, and do so, the coach will be allowed to go on its way. Luckily, I kept 1 crown. During the course of the afternoon's journey, you chat with your fellow travellers and learn about their backgrounds. There is Ganon, Doria, Halvork, Persian, and Vivex. Sitting opposite are 2 brothers named Ganon and Doria, knights of the Order of the White Mountain, warrior lords of Duranor, who have pledged allegiance to protect the country from raids from the bandits of the Wildlands. They own a castle and lands near Port Bax. Next to them sits Halvork, a merchant. His nose is swollen and his face badly bruised thanks to Lachlan, the overlord of Ragadorn. A misunderstanding about port taxes lost him his cargo and most of his gold. Seated by the far door is a priest called Parsian. Like you, he is a summerlending who has journeyed across the Wildlands by coach on his way to Port Bax. Besides you sits a young woman called Viveka. She is a mercenary adventuress who earns her gold by fighting for it, selling her services to the highest bidder. She is returning to Port Bax, having collected payment for a successful adventure in Ragadorn. Not wishing to reveal your true identity, you pretend to be a simple peasant. The travellers seem unaware of the war that now rages in Summerland. At dusk, the coach stops at an inn. The cost of the room is 1 gold. As you are about to enter, the coach driver demands to see your ticket. I don't have one. The driver becomes very angry. There is a long walk ahead of you, stranger. He slams the door in your face. You can't afford to buy a room for the night, so you decide to bed down with the horses in the stable. You have died because of the wounds you suffered. One of the other passengers on the coach, who is an agent of the Dark Lords, creeps out and assassinates you in the dark of night. Do you know who it was? Your life and your quest end here. 2 deaths. Again. Okay. I still want talk with animals. We know not to take the chainmail waistcoat. I would like sword. And I would like shield? Let's go with shield. Okay. Draw your weapon and attack him, seeing as we know that he's not who he says he is this time. You can't attack him yet. We know that he's evil. Let's mind blast him. You concentrate your mind blast at his open hands. He falls backwards from his chair, clutching his hand as if he'd just picked up a red-hot coal. When you explain what has happened to him, he looks at you in amazement. Okay, so we have to fight the thugs again. Fight, fight, fight. He didn't do much damage to us. Excellent. We could hunt down the imposter this time. I was worried about the time it would waste. Last time, you quickly deduced the imposter must have escaped by the main entrance to the tavern. If he's still in the harbour area, he must be in or around the main square. You search the buildings and alleyways, but find no sign of him. Rather than waste more time in a fruitless search, you return to the quayside and untie a small... Okay, so this is just you failed to find him. We meet the captain again, roll our random number table. This time, instead of avoiding the trader, he orders his crew to go alongside. As they board the trader, you are shocked by the sight that awaits you. Dead sailors cover the deck, many pierced by arrows. It seems they must have put up a desperate fight to defend their cargo, but not a trace of it remains in any of the ship's holds. Below deck, you discover the captain in his cabin, badly wounded and near death. We heal him! It must be Kazakhspluk. Placing your hand upon his chest, you try and seal the open wound. He has lost a lot of blood, and although heavily sweating, his skin is cold to the touch. His eyes roll open and he shouts a garbled warning. Pirates! Lakuri pirates! Beware the red sails! Repel the boarders! A strange package gives you a watch? How did they die? You mean a strange person gives you a watch? The captain is soon unconscious once more. You wrap him in blankets and place a cushion beneath his head. He's drifted off to sleep from which he will not wake. He dies. Back on deck, the bodies of the dead crew have been gathered. Captain Kelman approaches you and hands you a vicious-looking black scimitar. 'Tis no pirate's sword, Lone Wolf. This weapon was forged in the furnaces of Helgard. Helgadad. It is a Dark Lord blade. This is daunting news. If the Dark Lords have allied the Lakuri pirates, the voyage to Duranor will be a perilous one indeed. You fling the black sword into the sea and return to the green scepter. You set sail for the east and watch as the Duranor merchantman ship slips beneath the waves. So we're going to enter the hold this time. Fire! Fire! The cry grows up. Again, it destroys all the food. We talk to him. We'll follow him on deck. Okay, does the mast explode on us this time? The mast, yep, the mast explodes, the ship explodes. We don't have to throw away our chainmail waistcoat because we knew not to pick it. We'll try and head to the shore without getting robbed by the fishermen this time. When you are only 50 yards offshore, you slip into the waves and swim towards land. When you finally reach the beach, you sink your fingers deep into the wet sand and slowly claw your way up the beach to the shelter of some dunes. You are exhausted and hungry. The only possessions you saved were your gold crowns, backpack, and any special items that you did not discard in the storm. Your weapons and backpack items have been lost. Make the necessary adjustments to your action chart. However, a few hundred yards away, you notice clumps of small twisted trees laden with purple fruit. We have hunting. Because of your hunting skill, you were taught to recognize most of the poisonous and non-poisonous fruits to be found in the areas of northern Magmamond. The purple fruits are La Numa, a sweet and nutritious fruit. You quickly eat your fill and store enough for the 2 meals. Beyond the La Numa trees, you notice the wide coast. Okay, we grab the bananas. No weapon sucks. If you wish to head east, if you wish to head west. So where are we? Oh wow, it's actually marked where we are on the map. Wow! That is a cool feature. So we want to head east. You walk for 3 hours along a lonely coast road before night falls. You are tired and decide to get some sleep and can continue at dawn. You remember the tales told by your Kai masters of the wildlands between Summerland and Duranor, where packs of wild dogs roam the wasteland at night. With these stories in your mind, you decide to spend the night in the safety of a large leafy tree at the edge of the road. Your rest is refreshing. Get 2 health back if you've lost any. Although you awake to a cold and rain-swept dawn, the branches of the tree and your cloak have kept you warm and dry during the night. Looking along the coast road, in the distance you see a wagon. Flag it down. It is a passenger wagon, similar to those used by the highway travellers of Summerland. The driver pulls the horses to a halt and stares at you. He asks where you're bound. We are bound for Raggadorn. Due there by noon today. A seat will cost you 3 crowns, but you could ride on the roof for but 1. I'll ride on the roof. You wrap yourself in your cloak and raise your hood. The driver shouts and whips the horses as soon as you are on your way along the tree-lined coast road to Raggadorn. During your journey, you talk to the driver and learn useful things about the seaport. Ever since Kalayan, the overlord, died 3 years ago, Raggadorn has been ruled, or misruled if you believe the driver, by his son, Lachlan. It seems that he and his men are nothing more than pirates. They tax the people heavily and murder those who oppose them. You are hungry during this ride and must eat a meal or lose 3 health. At last, in the distance, you can make out the city. A bell is tolling. It rings 12 times. Eventually, the coach passes through the west gate of the wall and pulls to a halt. If you want to get to Duranor, you could catch a coach from the stable. Best hurry, though. It leaves at 1 o'clock, the driver tells you. You thank him kindly for his advice and jump to the cobblestones below. For the first time, you suddenly notice the awful stench of the dirty seaport. A rusty sign nailed to a rot-infested house says, "Welcome to Raggadorn." How many monies do I have on me? Enough that we'll be able to afford the coach. Eat one of our bananas. And has it updated our position on the map? It has! This is so cool! Oh! If you wish to go north along Westgate Lane, turn here. If you wish to go south along West Bank Walk... East Gate. I want to go east. Towards the East Gate. The rubbish-strewn cobbled streets run between rows of ramshackled, rot-infested houses and shops. The few inhabitants of Raggadorn you see appear a cheerless lot, their faces haggard and drawn. They shuffle through the gloom, hunched against the pouring rain, their eyes fixed on the cobblestones at their feet. When you reach a junction where Axe Lane bends towards the north, and another street heads towards the east. No, we want east. This street seems dirtier and smellier than the one you have just been down. A cluttered window of the shop to your left catches your attention. There are many useful items with price tags. You may enter and purchase any of the above. Remember to mark them on your action chart. When you've completed your purchases, continue on your way. The bridge is the only connection between the east and west sides of the port. And you push your way through the crowds of people and carts. Okay, so what do we have? We need a weapon. And we could probably do with another meal. Okay, no, I'd misremembered. The shield adds 2 to your combat skill. Fair enough. Explore the goods. I would like to buy 1 sword. One dagger. And a fur blanket. Why not? You are standing opposite a large building with a sign on the wall. Raggadorn Stables and Coach. A green-clad coachman is sitting next to a notice board that reads Portback's Journey 7 days. Approach him and ask for how much a ticket costs. 20 crowns. We do have it. So do we get murdered in our sleep again? Pay the one crown of tax. Get introduced to all the people. We do have a ticket. The inn is warm but poorly furnished. Eat a meal or for 1 crown. You can't use this. Yeah, here we go. The Kai discipline of hunting cannot be used when instructed to eat a meal on your journey through the wildlands, as it is a barren wasteland inhabited by only Sals, a weak and cowardly breed of Giak. We will buy a meal and keep one banana in our backpack. We will buy a room, because we know that we get murdered in our sleep if we don't. You sleep deeply without being disturbed before rising at dawn, gathering your equipment and joining the others as they board the coach. For 2 days and nights, the coach follows the trade route across the flat, treeless wildlands. It stops only to allow the driver to sleep. On the morning of the 9th day, there is an unfortunate accident. You are travelling along a narrow section of coast which follows a dizzying course beneath high overhanging cliffs. A rockfall has blocked the road and you must stop to clear it. You are helping the driver to leverage a large rock from the path when you hear a sound of falling rocks. The boulder crashes down from overhead, killing the driver before you could save him. He was standing less than 6 feet away from you. Use your spidey sense. You sense that someone is up there and intended you to be the victim. Slowly, one by one, the other travelers appear and stare in shock at the coachman. We will have to bury him, says the priest. You nod in agreement and prepare a grave in which to lay the corpse. As you walk back to the coach, you discuss what would have to be done. I know the road to Port Bax. I had better drive the coach, says Halvork. I hope we are not blamed for his death, says the priest. It was an act of the gods, says Doria. I shall testify to that, says Ganon. Lies are never spoken by the knights of the White Mountain. It is true that in Duranor, a true knight will speak only the truth, whether for his own good or ill. His words seems to reassure the priest, and you are all soon once more on the road headed towards the eastern horizon. It is late in the afternoon when you arrive at a coach station with a small coastal village known as Gorn Cove, which is mainly populated by outcasts, thieves, and Sals. No, I wanted to look at the map. Yeah, look, it's so good. The death of the coachman is met by the villagers with great suspicion, but Doria's words convince them it was accidental. There is only one inn, a tavern known as the Forlorn Hope. Its state of disrepair is typical of the other hovels in this poor sea village. A room will cost you 1 crown. The innkeeper is a thin old man with but one eye. He hands you a key and points to the balcony. Number 2, red door. The other travellers pay their crown, collect their key, and make their way across the crowded tavern floor. We must make plans for tomorrow, says Doria. The others nod in agreement. I suggest we meet here at the bar in an hour to decide what to do. As you close the door of your room, for some unknown reason you recall the words of Captain Kelman. There is evil treachery at work, and the enemy has plans afoot to thwart your quest. An hour has passed when your thoughts are disturbed by a knock at the door. This is the innkeeper, and he is carrying a tray of hot food. With the compliments of one of your friends, he says, and leaves before you can ask which one. The food is most appetizing, and you have not eaten today. Eat now, or suffer 3 hit point loss. Now, they've poisoned this. I remember this from it being a kid. This has been poisoned. If we use our hunting skill, the food smells delicious, but you notice that there are 2 or 3 drops of clear liquid on the side of the plate, and another on the tray. At first you suspect that it is only water, until you touch the fluid and notice it is sticky. You recognize it as sap from the Gnadern tree, a deadly poison used by assassins because of its lack of flavor or scent. The shock of your discovery turns to anger, and you race out of the room intent on discovering the identity of your enemy. By the time you reach the bar, the others are all seated at a large table, awaiting your appearance. Drawing closer to the table, you realize you have found your would-be assassin. You will have to attack without giving any warning to your enemy. Study your fellow travelers carefully and make your decision. The following descriptions are part of the illustration that originally appeared in the printed editions. Viveka is seated at one end of the table, with a wary expression, one arm on the table near a large mug of ale, with her finger tapping the edge. She is dressed in battle gear. Ganon is seated between Vivek and Harvok. A somber look. Oh. A somber look on his face. He is in the uniform of the King's Knights of the White Mountain, and he has a meal and wine cup in front of him. Doria is standing behind his brother, with a more gentle expression. The hilt of his sword is visible between the Knight of the White Mountain and his cloak. Another wine cup on the table appears to belong to him. Halvork is seated comfortably between Ganon and Parthian, giving you an ugly sneer. His hand stays close to the small mug of ale. Parison is sitting on the side of the table, close to you, but with his body turned to the side, opposite Viveka. His hand, which has a snake painted on, or a tattoo on his wrist, is holding a medium-sized ale mug. He regards you out of the corner of his eye from beneath the large hood. Well, the people that attacked us before in the alternate timeline had a snake painted on their wrist. So we will go with Parthian. The priest is not surprised by your attack. He draws a black sword from beneath his robes. So he's actually got really good combat skill. And most of the help that we do, if we didn't have the shield on us, this could actually be a bit worrying. Your enemy was able to stab you before you killed him, though he didn't harm you very much. Searching the body, you discover all you need to prove that he was the assassin. Inside his pockets, you find a half-empty vial of Gnardurm sap, the deadly poison that was used to taint your food. There is a scroll written in Giak giving details of your expected arrival in Port Bax. He must have located you at Ragaddorn and hatched his murder plans there. You notice that the weapon he carries is a Dark Lord blade, fashioned of black steel and forged in the furnaces of Helgadad, the infernal city of the Dark Lords beyond the Derncrag Range. Only there, in all of vast Magnamund, can the black steel be made. But the final proof of his identity is a serpent tattoo on his left wrist. The harbour thugs who attempted to kill you before you had left Holmgard bore the exact same mark. His purse contains 23 crowns, which you may keep. Make sure to mark them. Yes, please. Taking us up to 24. We're down to our last dollar. The other travellers stare with horror and disbelief at what you have done. Before you can explain yourself, there is a loud crash as the front door is thrown open. In rush 6 armoured soldiers led by the innkeep, the town guard, and the one-eyed innkeep is screaming at them to arrest you. If you want to fight, or if you wish to run away, turn to the respective pages. We will not fight the town guard for no reason. Although night has fallen, a full moon casts a bright light upon the village. Behind the tavern, you see a small wheelwright's shop with 2 horses hitched to a hay cart. We don't have camouflage. We could take a horse and escape. Or hide in the shop. Let's try and yoink a horse. You spur your horse along the twisting village streets and across a wooden bridge and up a steep path towards the crest of the cove. In the light of the moon, you catch a glimpse of a signpost pointing eastwards. Oh, I should have updated the book. I'm an idiot. Shh, shh, shh. We're on book 2 now. Fixed. You ride all night without sleep. As the dawn breaks, you are greeted by a startling change of landscape. The barren wildlands have given way to moors and waterlogged fens, as a dark shadow runs the length of the eastern horizon as far as the eye can see. This is the Duranor Forest, the natural frontier of the Mountain Kingdom, where it borders the untamed wildlands. It is a welcome sight. You are no more than 1 day's ride from Port Bax, but you are tired from your night's ride and must eat a meal or lose endurance points. If you have hunting, you may use this skill to trap wild moor rats or marsh birds for your breakfast. Yes, please. Hunting, yes. After an hour's ride, you come to a fork in the road. Left or right? Follow the coast. The road follows a course along a high, grassy ridge for many miles before turning northwards towards the coast. You pass a village where the houses curve in a circle around a large pond of stagnant water. As you ride through, a gaggle of Zal children come running towards you, shouting and throwing stones. You descend into the deep valley beyond, and gradually the moor gives way to richer land that has been cleared and ploughed. The hillside opposite is heavily wooded. You are not far from the coast, and you can see the tall cliffs with their multicolored bands of rock jutting out into the ocean. Just as you are passing through a small copse, you hear desperate cries for help off to your right. If you wish to aid these people, or if you wish to ignore their desperate pleas... No, we'll help. We're at full health. You spur your horse through a tangle of trees until you enter a small clearing. 6 Zals are jumping excitedly around the writhing body of a man on the ground. A strange carved spear is stuck in his chest, and lying dead beside him is the body of a knight of the White Mountain. The creatures are shrieking at each other and appear unconcerned with the man's obvious agony. We have healing, so we can try heal him. Okay, we're going to... I don't have camouflage, so I can't hide. I'm going to have to fight the Zals. The cowardly Zals squeal in terror and run in all directions to avoid your blows. They flee the clearing, and you turn to help the dying man. He is barely alive. If you want to remove the spear from his chest, turn to 106. If you would rather search his backpack for useful items... Remove the spear. The carved spear is made of metal, though it feels as light as if it was made of wood. The shaft is covered in runes and magic emblems. As you pull it from his chest, he gives a long sigh of relief. You're about to examine his wound when you feel a searing pain shoot through your head. It is so strong and painful you collapse to the ground, lose 2 health. You're amazed to see the man jump to his feet, and then horrified to see the dreadful change that comes over him. The skin on his face appears to writhe and change color, growing darker and shrinking as it decays on his skull. His eyes burn with a bright red glow, and long, pale fangs protrude from his bottom jaw. You choke with fear as you realize this is a Helghast, a nightmarish agent of the Dark Lords. It is attacking you with its powerful mind force. If you don't have Mind Shield, you will lose 2 endurance for every round of combat. Normal weapons cannot harm it. It is immune to Mind Blast. You can only wound it in combat with the magic spear. Remember that you only get weapon skill bonus in this fight against the Helghast if you have weapon skill with spear. You cannot evade it, you must fight to the death. If you win, you may keep the spear. So he has more skill and more health than us. We did more damage because of a nice roll. He did more damage. He did more damage. We're on 1 hit point. You have died in combat. Your mission is lost. Rip. Death's 3. Okay. We still want animal kinship. We now know that there's little point in choosing almost any of these unless we get lucky with one of those saving rolls. We'll go with sword. And shield. Go. Would you like to donate? No, thank you. Attack him. We aren't allowed to attack him. Prove that we are who we are by controlling the mouse. Fight him. Equip our weapon. Murder him. We did win. We will hunt you down. Okay, we wake up. Does the captain... The captain does not investigate the, murdered ship this time. Shout fire. No real difference in outcome no matter which of those three options you take. Let's eat with the crew instead this time. We haven't done that yet. The crew's quarters are cramped and stifling, but despite the lack of space and a poor evening meal, the men are pleased that their invitation was accepted and treat you as an honoured guest. They invite you to play portholes and wager gold. No. Does the mast crush the captain? It does, and it blows up the ship. We will head there without getting on the fishing ship. We learn about the bananas. We yoink the bananas. We need to head east. I will pay the amount to ride the roof. Eat one of the bananas. We want to head to the east gate. So east. East. How much money do we have? Enough to afford a new sword. And a new spare dagger. Why not? Continue. Buy a ticket. Pay for the ticket. We're robbed again, or held up by the highwaymen. We do have a ticket. I buy the meal. We buy our sleep. We spidey sense that the people were trying to crush us. We will pay for a room. The poisoner thing happens. We know that it's poison. We know that it's the guy with the snake, Vivica. No, wrong one. Can we go back one? Sorry. No, we can't. I picked the wrong one. Well, we fight her. Primary hand this, shield that. Let's have a go. A very lucky first roll. A perfect roll. We smushed Vivica. You search her body and find no evidence that she was the assassin. However, you do get 42 gold crowns. We're rich. Killing innocents is good business. The innkeeper comes. We run away. We grab the horse. We eat. We use hunting. We want to follow the coast. We do help the people. We could try and save him. Okay. Search his backpack now that we know that he's actually an undead person. You are horrified to find that it contains a scroll of human skin, upon which a message has been written in a strange runic script. The only word that you can make out is Kai. You also find an evil-looking dagger with a black blade and a block of cold obsidian. These items bear the sign of a Dark Lord's craft. Something is wrong. You drop the pack as quickly as you can, as if it were red hot, and turn to mount your horse. You find that it is no longer there. The Zals have stolen it. You realize that you must now continue afoot. You've been walking for 2 hours when you reach the peak of a hill and see the Duranor forest stretched out before you. The road bears eastward and enters the trees at a point where a large wooden tower has been built. You can see the silhouette of a soldier on guard. Sure, let's hail the guard. We have 6 cents. He is a loyal soldier. If you bribe him, he would consider it an insult. Show him the seal of Hamadal. It is said that of all the lost treasures of the Duranese, the seal of Hamadal is the only one they would not wish returned. The guard's anxious face shows that he clearly recognized this ring's dreadful significance. I will not hinder your urgent mission, but I cannot help you except to set you on the road for Port Bax. Continue on this forest path and you will come to a fork near a stunted oak tree. Take the left. It is the quickest way. You thank the guard and push on once more through the forest. A mile or so along the road, you come to a fork and take the left track. It leads you to a stone bridge. The waters of the Rime Rift are over 1 mile deep and up to 2 miles at its widest point. That is a ridiculously deep river. Near to the bridge, you find a signpost. You breathe a sigh of relief. You should be there soon. At dusk on the 10th day of your quest, you experience your first sight of the magnificent city of Port Bax. Like a diamond set in the green velvet shore, the towers of the city glimmer in the pale light of a waxing moon. To the north is the harbour and the formidable war fleet of the Duranese navy. To the east, beyond the moss-covered city walls, stretches the forest of Duranor, and there on the crest of a hill stands a castle, tall and proud, the crowning glory of this beautiful port. You enter Port Bax through an unguarded gate in the green city wall and make your way through the darkening streets towards the harbour. As you turn into a tree-lined avenue, you notice the wide stone steps of a domed building. You stop and read the plaque, City Hall. Despite the hour, its doors remain open. We have tracking. You try to remember some of the stories told to you by an ancient Kai master called Wisehawk. He was envoy to Port Bax for many years, and he knew and loved the city as well as any native. You recall him saying that the consulate overlooked Allen Square in the naval quadrant of the city. There is a sign to your left pointing along the avenue. Naval quadrant. Certainly this is the right direction, and you walk confidently along the tree-lined avenue. At the end of the avenue, the cobbled street turns abruptly to the right. Opposite this point is a tall white stone building with a plaque above it, Port Watchtower Harbour Authority. You can see that the cobbled street ends at a high stone wall. There is a large red gate in this wall, and it is guarded by 2 soldiers. Beyond the gate, you can make out the masts of ships moored in the harbour. Sure, we'll enter the port watchtower. There are 2 doors, white passes and red passes. Okay, we'll go to red passes. You enter a large room full of ledgers and files. You must have pressing business in the naval quadrant to apply for a red pass. I shall need to see your access papers and proof of your commanding officer's authorization. We will risk showing him the seal. Without a word, he gets up from his chair and beckons you to follow him, up a flight of spiral stairs that leads to a domed chamber. Here you meet the captain of the port watch, who listens intently as you tell of the war in Summerland and of your urgent mission. I'll issue you a red pass immediately, top priority. You collect a red pass, leave the port watchtower, and hurry along the streets towards the harbour guards. Mark the red pass on your inventory. He demands to see your pass. We give him one. The soldiers salute you and allow you to pass. You walk into an open square lit by the tall beacons lining the quayside. To your relief, you sight the marble pillars of the Summerland Consulate and their familiar sun flag of your country flying above it in the fresh night breeze. As you climb the stone steps, you are recognized by the Summerland guards on duty at the main door. They disappear inside and quickly return in the company of a tall, grey-haired official. His anguished expression suddenly changes into one of joy as he beholds your ragged Kai cloak and tunic. Hope beyond hope. Thank the gods that you live. The scant news that reached us from the west was the cause of great alarm. You are ushered inside and taken immediately by the envoy, Lord Lieutenant Rygar. Your first meeting with the Lord Lieutenant comes as something of a shock. You'd half expected him to be a servile old man, as are the envoys of the southern lands that plague your king's court with their delegations. The man clad in heavy chainmail standing before you is neither old nor servile. You soon learn that Lord Lieutenant Rydgar is an exceptional man. Born of a Summerlending father and a Duraness mother, he has become something of a legend in the city. In the last decade, he has led an alliance of the nations to victory against the invading ice barbarians of Colt. Wise in peace and fierce in war, you could not have wished for better company in your quest for the Summer Sword. Rygar orders that a sumptuous meal be served, by far the best food you have tasted since the beginning of the war. During the feast, you recall the events that have brought you to Port Bax, and reflect on the daunting challenge that lies before you. After your meal, Rygar sends for his physician, who attends to your wounds. Restore 6 health. He advises you to sleep, for you are to leave with the Lord Lieutenant for Hamadal in the morning. Early in the next day, you are taken to an enclosed garden at the rear of the consulate, where Rygar and 3 of his best soldiers wait you on horseback. They are to be your bodyguard and guides on the 230-mile ride to Hamadal. The streets of Port Bax are just beginning to come to life as you ride through the town, passing under the moss-covered city gate. You feel confident that your mission will succeed. So far we've gotten from here to here, and we need to get here. So we're 2/3 of the way along where we need to be. We've rolled 5 to 9, turned to 254. For 3 days and nights, you follow the highway to the capital as it runs parallel to the river Duranor. The river valley is a wide belt of rich, cultivated land that climbs towards the Hamadal Mountains, one of the highest ranges in all of Magnamund. It is on the morning of the 14th day of your quest when 6 cloaked men appear at the edge of your camp. Lord Lieutenant Rygar is the first to draw his sword. With a voice of authority, he demands an explanation for their intrusion. In reply, they unsheath black swords. He shouts to his men to prepare for combat as the cloaked strangers advance towards you. If you have sixth sense, turn to this. Your Kai senses reveal to you that the strangers are Helgast, fell captains of the Dark Lords. They have been sent from the Dark Lord city of Helgadad on a mission of assassination. They have the ability to take on human appearances, and they are immune to normal weapons. You turn to shout a warning to Rygar as you run for the safety of the forest. The forest drops away steeply at the edge of your campsite. and in your haste you trip and fall into the trees. You come to rest face downwards in a tangle of thick bracken. The ringing of steel and horrible cries of the Helghast echo through the trees around you. You are stunned and cannot move until a hand grabs your arm and pulls you upright. It is Rygar, his face bloody, his armor battered and charred. We must flee these demons, Lone Wolf. Strength and steel cannot avail us here. You glimpse the silhouette of 6 Helghast on the forest road, their minds bent on the slaughter of Rygar's men. They fail to see you both slip away under the cover of the wooded hillside. For 6 hours you run without rest. The Helghast are on the highway and you are forced to make your way through the steep and wooded foothills to avoid the risk of capture. Many times you feel that you just can't go on. The pain and fatigue are too much to bear, but each time you falter you are spurred on by Rygar. You marvel at his endurance. He is not a young man, and he is clothed in heavy armor. By nightfall you have reached the entrance to Tarnalin, the western tunnel through the Hammerdal Mountains. The 3 tunnels of Duranor were excavated during the Age of the Black Moon, and each tunnel is over 40 miles long and passes through the huge circle of the Hammerdal Range to their capital. The tunnels provide the only access to the city. Rygar sits beside you and takes some bread and meat from his pack. Eat this, you must sustain your strength. From here you must venture alone through the Tarnalin. I shall remain here and hold the enemy back for as long as I have the strength to fight. Do not argue. Your mission must succeed. It is the only thing that matters. If Rygar is to hold off the Helghast, he will need a magic weapon, as his own sword is no use against the creatures. If you wish to give him your magic spear so that he can defend himself, or if you do not possess the spear, go to 118. You bid Rygar farewell and enter Tarnalin. Over 100 feet in height and width, the tunnel runs to the capital on the far side of the Hammerdal Range. It is lit by torches its entire length. The highway through the mountains is unusually alive, with the traffic of merchants to and from Portbacks. Yet now the entrance and interior are deserted, except for an overturned fruit wagon. As you walk deeper in, doubts nag at you. Have the Helghast perhaps arrived here first? You have been walking for an hour, or half an hour, sorry, when you see a strange creature atop a wagon in the road ahead. 2 feet high and resembling an overgrown marsh rat. You assume it is some sort of tunnel-dwelling rodent, until you notice that it is wearing a splendid jacket of patched leather and carrying what appears to be a spear. As you get near, it turns to face you, its whiskered nose sniffing the air and its bright black eyes peering into the gloom. It sees you and scampers off into the darkness. A smaller tunnel to your left. If you have animal kinship, turn to this. Sure. You recognize the creature to be a Nudnik, an intelligent but mischievous mountain-dwelling native of Duranor. The Nudniks inhabit a maze of smaller shafts and fissures that honeycomb the Hammerdal Mountains and live off what they can steal from merchant caravans that travel. It occurs to you that if you catch the Nudnik, you may be able to learn if the Helghast are hiding in the tunnels. Okay, then we'll follow it. You chase it as it hurries along a narrow twisting passage for 10 minutes, about to give up when the passage opens into a huge torch-lit cavern. A stunning sight greets your eyes. The cavern houses an entire colony of these strange creatures, busy sorting through and examining vast piles of strange objects. We have animal kinship. A large Nudnik, wearing a brightly coloured cloak of patchwork silks, orders several of his people to arm themselves and drive you from the hall. When you speak to them in their own language, a hush of astonishment fills the cave. Never before have they encountered a human who could speak their tongue. For some of them, it is too much to grasp, and they stare at you open-mouthed, their furry little arms hanging loosely by their sides. Then the large Nudnik addresses you, saying he is leader of the colony. He is Gashgis, and welcomes you and invites you to join him on top of a raised platform in the center of the chamber. Use neuter. Oh, use neuter. Use neuter these Duranese man, eh? Where's use come from, eh? Questions Gashgis in his strange Nudnik accent. You tell him that you are summer lending on your way to Hammerdal. He looks at you nervously. You's not a black screamers, eh? You realize that the black screamers that Gashgis refers to are Helghast. You learn that 2 of them arrived in Tarnland 2 hours ago and caused quite a panic in the tunnels. He knows where they are lying in ambush, waiting for you to appear. Isa show you's the way past 'em, eh? He offers. You nod in agreement and follow him down the steps to the platform to the hall below. The Nudniks seem to have overcome their initial shock and react to you now as if you were one of them. Before you leave, a pretty female Nudnik offers you food for your journey ahead. There is enough for 2 meals. You thank her for her generosity and follow Gashgist along one of the many passages leading out of the cavern. After an hour trekking through the dark, he stops and points towards a shaft of light that is pouring through a crevice in the distance. Yous goes left. Yous be saved. You thank him for his help, and silently thank your Kai masters who taught you the skill of animal kinship. Many years of instruction have probably saved your life. You squeeze through a fissure in the rock wall and drop 3 feet to the path below. You're thinking how kind the Nudniks were when you discover they've stolen all your gold. You must now mark this on your action chart. So they gave us 2 food, but yoinked all our gold. And they gave us a safe path through the mountains that otherwise would have had two essentially unbeatable enemies. You have covered nearly 3 miles when you see a group of wagons in the distance. They've been strung out across the highway to form a barricade. Soldiers in red uniforms line the roofs of the wagons, and a large crowd of people have gathered behind them. You hear their excited chatter echoing along the tunnel. As you get closer, there is a sudden silence and all eyes turn to stare at you. A detachment of 10 soldiers led by a knight, whose shield bears the royal arms of Duranor, advances towards you. We won't be overly aggressive. Cautiously, they surround you and take your weapons and backpack. A knight steps forward and raises his valor. Who are you and what is your purpose here? He demands in a gruff voice. You tell him you are a Kai Lord, sent on an urgent mission to King Alan. He is unconvinced until you show him the seal. Without hesitation, he orders his men, return your belongings and usher you through the wall of wagons. Beyond you can see a horse-drawn carriage waiting at the center of a crowded tunnel. To Hammerdal, without delay, he orders the driver, and you are thrown back into your seat as the coach moves off at a breakneck speed. You soon learn that the knight is Lord Axim of Ryan, commander of King Alan's personal bodyguard. He was on his way to Port Bax when the Helghast entered Tannerlin. He and 10 soldiers were the only ones to survive a deadly encounter with these evil creatures. During your ride through the Tannerlin, you must eat a meal or lose 3 health. The journey to the capital will take 5 hours, and you are advised to get some rest. As you drift slowly to sleep, you begin to dream of the Summer Sword. You picture a triumphant return to Holmgard and the defeat of the Dark Lord's siege. Perhaps this is a good omen. Eat. Can I use hunting? Supposedly I'm allowed to use hunting. Which is odd, but whatever. It is early morning on the 15th day of your quest when you open your eyes to the breathtaking spectacle of Hammerdal, the mountain city, the capital of Duranor. Unlike other cities in the Last Lands, it does not need man-made fortifications. The circling peaks of the Hammerdal range offer a far more secure protection to the people within. The carriage speeds through the lush farmlands surrounding the city with its many towers and wide streets. On a hill in the very center of Hammerdal stands the King's Tower, a magnificent structure of glass and stone. As the carriage halts at the tower gates, you realize for the first time that as a wielder of the Summer Sword, your destiny is to become part of the oldest legends of the Last Lands. King Alan IV sits alone in his domed tower, viewing his mountain domain through one of the many portals of tinted glass. You and Lord Axim are formally announced as you enter the chamber. You respectfully bow to his majesty. Lord Axim removes the seal from your finger and walks to the king's side. Remember to remove this from your action chart. For an hour, they talk, their somber faces reflecting the seriousness of the situation. There is a short pause of silent meditation, and King Alan suddenly rises from his throne and addresses you for the first time. Alas, the Dark Lords have awoken once more, and once more does Summerland come in search of our aid. I had prayed my reign would be remembered as a time of peace and fulfillment, though in my heart I knew it was to be otherwise. He removes a golden key from the pocket of his white robe and inserts it in a marble dais, standing in the center of the chamber. A gentle humming fills the room as the stone cover slides back to reveal the hilt of a golden sword. Take the sword, Lone Wolf. It is foretold that only a true son of Summerland can release the powers that lie within this blade. As you grasp its glowing hilt, a tingling sensation runs up your arm and radiates through your body. If you have sixth sense, go here. The power coursing through your body so overwhelms your senses you become oblivious to your surroundings. You instinctively raise the blade above your head, where a shaft of sunlight catches upon its tip and floods the chamber with a blinding white glow. At that moment, its true power is revealed to you. This weapon was forged long before the Summerlending, the Duraness, or the Dark Lords dwelt in the Last Lands. Its maker, with a race of what men would now call gods. To release the power that it contains, only a Kai Lord may wield it. Should it be used in combat by anyone else, its power will fade and be forever lost. When used in combat, it adds 8 combat skill. 10 if you have weapon skill with swords. It has the ability to absorb any magic that is used against its bearer, and it doubles the endurance point loss. It doubles your damage to undead enemies. It is the only weapon in all of Magnamund that can kill a Dark Lord, and for this reason the Dark Lords are bent on thwarting your quest. So, we get the Master Sword. You now realize you hold the only power in Magnamund that can save your people. Slowly, the light starts to fade and you become aware of Lord Axum's hand on your shoulder. Come, Lone Wolf. There is much to prepare for in your return to Summerland. You sheath the sword in its jeweled scabbard and follow Lord Axum as he leaves the King's chamber. Make the necessary adjustments to your combat skill total now that you possess the Summer Sword. Note that the powers of the sword under the special items section of your action chart. The muster of the army and the preparation of the Duraness fleet takes 14 days to complete, during which time you remain as a guest of the king. As each day passes, you despair for your besieged countrymen and pray that they have enough strength to resist until your return. Every day of your reluctant exile, you devote long periods to exercise and meditation. You are also visited by a Duranese herb warden called Matten, who is famous throughout the Last Lands for his knowledge and skill in the healing arts. Restore your health to max. He gives you a potent Laumspur potion that will restore 5 endurance if swallowed. Mark it on the backpack. He is also the bearer of some sad news. The body of Lord Lieutenant Rygar was found in the forest, near to the entrance of Tarnlin. He was killed by a Helghast. If you have Sixth Sense, turn here. You have noticed during your rigorous training with the Summer Sword that your Kai discipline of Sixth Sense has become more sensitive than ever before. You knew exactly what his sad news was going to be before he told you. You may find that your improved Sixth Senses will be an important advantage upon your return to Holmgard. It is early in the morning of the 33rd day of your quest when you ride into Port Bax with Lord Axum at your side. The preparations for war have been completed. The galleons of the Duraness war fleet lie in anchor at the harbour, impatiently awaiting the order to set sail for Summerland. On board each ship are many brave soldiers from the Mountain Kingdom, a tough army of skilled warriors eager to face the Dark Lords in battle. Each man has sworn to avenge their besieged allies or die in the attempt. You are to sail back to Holmgard aboard the flagship Duranor, a warship whose great curving prow and tall masts emphasize its sheer power and strength. You and Lord Axum are taken aboard and welcomed by Admiral Calfin, commander of the fleet. And then the fleet prepares to set sail. In less than an hour, the harbour lies far behind you. The domes of Portbacks now merely dots on the horizon. Roll the random number table. Middle outcome. For 3 days and 3 nights, the fleet spread canvas and sail swiftly towards the Holm Gulf. But although the voyage is fast, each ship in the fleet is cursed by misfortune. Sails tear, ropes mysteriously untie themselves, timbers warp and leak. The men become so short-tempered in the cramped quarters and fight, often to the death. By the 3rd night of the voyage, Lord Axum is close to despair. Never have I suffered such a wretched journey. No enemy has been sighted, nor battle fought, and yet half my men are ill or wounded. And we've lost 2 of our finest ships. We have been jinxed by an evil moon. How? I pray that it would wane. For even if we were arrived now into Holmesgard this very night, I fear we would be too weak to break the siege. As he speaks, you can see the dawn of the next day breaking. You think it may bring promise of relief, but the calm waters that now surround the fleet contain a deadlier threat. A veil of fog has rolled across the still ocean from the broken spine of the land known as the Kurlinden Isles. Strange dark shapes hide within the mist. They grow larger, and slowly the distinct outlines of ships become plain. Prepare for battle! The Admiral's cry is repeated among the many decks of the Duraness fleets. All hands on deck. As the black ships approach through the fog, a horrific sight befalls you. They are death hulks, sunken ships crewed by the living corpses of drowned sailors, summoned to the surface by great wizardry. They are closing for battle. The fog vanishes, and you can now see that the death hulk bars the entrance to the Holm Gulf. In the center of the line is a sinister flagship, which sails towards you, a huge ram protruding from its black prow. As it rips its way through the hull of the Duranor, you hear the Admiral's last desperate order. Abandon ship! You are now in the thick of the enemy fleet, and the ship is sinking fast. If you wish to jump to the deck of the Death Hulk, turn to 30. If you want to dive into the sea and go somewhere else, no. You land on the rotting timbers and crash straight through to the deck below. You are unharmed by the fall, but the stench of decay that fills your nostrils is overwhelming. You clamber up and unsheath the summer sword. 4 ghastly zombies stagger from the gloom. Their twisted hands extend towards your throat. You must fight them as a single enemy. They are undead creatures. Remember to double the damage you do due to the summer sword. They are immune to Mind Blast. So they'll probably die in one hit. Yep. Summer Sword OP! If you win the fight, turn to this page. The stench of the ship is making you choke. You lose 1 endurance point. You must get out of this hold or you will suffocate. We will use Sixth Sense. Someone or something is approaching the door of the hold from the other side. If you climb out through the shattered deck, you will leave your legs vulnerable to attack from below. There is no other way out. You sense that it is an evil creature of considerable power. You raise the summer sword and prepare for combat. The door bursts open and in rushes a Helghast, its black sword raised. You strike the creature as it enters the hold and open a terrible gash in its chest. It lets out a hideous cry, but although wounded, it leaps forward to attack you. You must fight it to the death. It's undead, so you do double damage with the summer sword. It is immune to Mind Blast. Fight. Summer Sword OP! Oof! Remember, the last time we fought one of those, it killed us, right? And now that we have the sort of +8 combat skill and double damage to undead, just 1 hit KO it. You make your way up a flight of stairs and onto the crowded deck. Fierce battle rages about you as the Duranese fleet is engulfed by the rush of ghost death hulks. Suddenly a flash of searing flame shoots from a tower at the rear of the death hulk you are on and explodes into the side of a Duranese warship less than 50 yards away. You watch with horror as soldiers leap from the deck, their clothes and hair aflame. Sure, investigate the tower, why not? I have ever been given the Crystal Star Pendant. 2 zombies try to block your passage, and you cleave through them with the Summer Sword. You're at the foot of the tower, and you see a hunchbacked man in crimson robes. He wears a tall, curved tokmor, a magician's headdress. It bears the emblem of a serpent. In his right hand is a black staff. We have been given the Crystal Star Pendant. He is Vonatar, the traitor, renegade wizard from the Magician's Guild. He is a master of the black arts and possesses great power that the Dark Lords themselves have given him. It was his agent who tried to assassinate you, and it is he who commands the Death Hulk fleet. Destroy him, and you will destroy the force of evil that gives power to it. Sure. The climb is very difficult. You have only one free hand, the other holding the glowing hilt of the Summer Sword. You eventually reach the rim of the tower and quickly hook a leg on to the narrow ledge. You're about to jump and attack when a thin voice makes you freeze. How I shall delight in the irony of your death, Lone Wolf. The sorcerer is standing in the far corner of the tower, his left hand pointed at your head. Your quest has failed and you must die. A blinding flash of orange flame shoots from his hand. Now remember, our sword is also mirror magic. In a fraction of a second, the searing burst of flame changes direction in midair and is drawn towards the blade of the Summer Sword. The bolt of energy disappears into its golden blade-like water, into a drain. You remember that the Summer Sword has the power to absorb magic, and this power has saved you from certain death. The sorcerer curses you, pulling a jewel from his ornate tokmor, and throws it at your feet. There is a flash of flame and a cloud of choking green gas billows up into your face, filling your nostrils with its acidic smell. You're forced to jump to the deck below to avoid the poisonous gas, and you just catch a glimpse of the sorcerer as he frantically paddles a small boat away. Do we dive into the sea after him? Or attempt to make our way back to a warship? Trying to chase someone in a boat by swimming after them doesn't sound wise to me. As you race along the corpse-littered deck, there are warriors emerging from the doorways that attack you. You must fight them. Sure. Summer Sword OP. They done about a third of our damage. No, a quarter, sorry. If you kill them both, you may jump to the nearby deck. Luck is with you, for you'll land safely on the deck of the Kolkarm, a Duranese warship. The soldiers here have been involved in a desperate battle, but have fought off the enemy and are cutting the grappling ropes that hold the ship to the Death Hulk. From out of the smoke strides Lord Axem, his face bloodied and his shield scarred. Thank the gods you are alive, Lone Wolf. The fight has been bitter and our losses are high, but I am heartened indeed to see you standing before me. Look yonder, their flagship is ablaze. Through the fog of war you see that the huge Death Hulk is sinking beneath a plume of dense black smoke. The Kolkarm is eventually freed and slowly maneuvers out of the tangled wreckage. A wind begins to stir, filling its tattered sails and carrying away the smoke of battle. Lord Axem orders the royal arms of Duranor to be hoisted aloft so that other ships can rally to the Kolkarm. For the first time since the battle begun, you can now see the other Duranese ships. It is an amazing sight, for as the enemy flagship sinks beneath the waves, so every Death Hulk on the horizon returns to its watery grave. Their sorcery is broken. We have won this battle, says Lord Axem. And within a few minutes, not one of the Death Hulks remains afloat. 70 Duranese warships left port backs, and now only 50 enter the Holm Gulf. The battle has claimed many brave men, including Admiral Colfin, who died aboard the flagship, the first to be sunk. But despite this loss, a great victory has been won. A victory which inspires the soldiers with new strength, so that the past ordeal of both the voyage and the battle are now forgotten. As their optimism and determination return, all are eager to reach Holmgard and raise the siege. It is dusk on the 37th day. Remember, we had 40. Of your quest, when you sight the spires of Holmgard on the horizon, the city stands defiantly against the army of the Dark Lords, although under siege. Flickering in the darkness, you can see small fires burning throughout the capital. A confident Lord Axum joins you. The moonless sky will aid us this night. We will enter the harbour unseen. Come the dawn, my men will scatter, the wretched foe like dead leaves upon a wind of storm. As you enter Holmgard harbour and head at the head of the Duranese fleet, you unsheath the summer sword and prepare to fulfill your destiny. Holmgard has suffered much since your departure. Many of the shops and houses you remember, passing on your way to the quay, are little more now than heaps of ash. The Dark Lord's army and their evil engines of war surround the walls, and the flaming arcs of fireballs shooting through the air continuously light the night sky as they rain down on the streets below. The people fight the fire as best they can, but they are hungry and exhausted and close to surrender. At first, as it enters the harbour, the fleet is mistaken for enemies, and cries of despair can be heard along the quay. But as the first of the soldiers set foot in the city and unfurl the royal arms of Duranor, the news of your return spreads quickly. The cries of despair have changed to a chorus of cheers. The Kai Lord has returned. You are standing at the top of the great watchtower, high above the main gate of the city when the first light of dawn creeps slowly over the horizon. Thousands upon thousands of black-clad enemies are massed around the wall, huddled like beetles in the trenches that cover the plain. In the midst of this horde, a great red tent has been erected, bearing the symbol of a broken skull. It is the mark of Zaganla, Lord of Kag, a Dark Lord in the mist, a Dark Lord of Heldegard. His great ambition is the destruction of Holmgard, his fiercest desire to lead his army to victory over the House of Olnar and claim Summerland for his own. But victory is not to be his this day. Raising the summer sword high above your head, a shaft of dawn sunlight catches upon the tip of the golden sword, and a brilliant flash of blinding white flame runs its entire length. The power of the summer sword electrifies you. Your senses reel and your body reacts instinctively. You lower it and point the blade towards the tent of Lord Zagana. There is a mighty roar as the power of the sun sword is unleashed in a searing white beam. The tent explodes in a brilliant fireball of white flame, and a brilliant fireball of white flame mushrooms skyward. A long and terrible cry rends the air. It is Lord Zagana, the leader of the evil army no more. Gripped with fear and panic, the vast black army rise up and run into chaos from the city wall. The impossible has happened. Their invincible master is slain. Again, the summer sword has returned to defeat them. The armies and allies of the Duranor ride out of the city gates in pursuit of the panic-stricken enemy as they run blindly towards the Derncrag Mountains. Victory is yours, Holmgard is saved, and the murder of the Kai has been avenged. But for you, Lone Wolf, a life of adventure has only just begun. A new challenge awaits you and the Summer Sword in Book 3 of the series, The Caverns of Cult. Cool. Unfortunately, we've incremented our death counter higher than our book counter. I was hoping to stay at just one, but not too bad. Ugh. Onwards, to book 3 next time. half of a cookie and then we can get back to it. Alright. Hello and welcome to... no! To the Blobber Plays. Yeah. Book 3. There we go. Book 3 of our Lone Wolf Wednesday series. The story so far. In the northern lands of Summerland, it had been the custom for many centuries to send the children of the warrior lords to the monastery of Kai, where they were taught the skills and disciplines of their noble fathers. You, a lone wolf, now the last of the warrior lords of Summerland. A year ago, the ancient enemy of your people, the Dark Lords of Helgadad, invaded Summerland and completely devastated the Kai monastery. All of the warriors were in attendance for the feast of Fehmarn. All except you were massacred. You fought your way to Holmgard, capital of your country, where the king sent you upon a desperate quest. Your mission was fraught with great danger, for Summerland had been betrayed by one of its own magicians, Vonotar the traitor. His agents sought to kill you at every opportunity. But your skill and strength defeated their evil aims. You returned to Holmgard at the head of a great fleet, the allies of Duranor, and destroyed the Dark Lord army that besieged your capital. Much of Summerland was ruined by the war. The rich farmlands were laid waste and many towns razed to the ground. But the Summerlending are a tough people and undaunted by the enormous task that lay ahead. They set about rebuilding the worn-torn Summerland with such determination that now, 1 year later, few of the scars of war remain visible. For the crucial part that you played in the victory, the king has bestowed upon you the rank and title of Free Earl of Summerland, a rare honour for one so young. The ruins of the Kai monastery and much of the surrounding lands are now Freeland under your protection. Work to rebuild the monastery was about to commence when disturbing news from the north prompted the king to summon you to the capital. Many merchants returning from summer trading expeditions to Kalt told of the fall of the Brumalmark, the leader of the ice barbarians. The description of the hunchbacked magician who has succeeded the fierce Brumalmark, beg pardon, fits only one man, Vonotar the traitor. After the defeat of the Dark Lords, Vonotar escaped to the frozen wastes of Kalt. He made his way to the ice fortress of Ikea, where, through deception, he tricked the cruel Brumalmark into adopting him as his magician. It was a mistake that was to cost the leader his fortress and his life. The news that Vonotar still lives spreads like wildfire through Summerland. Thousands of Summerlending surround the capital and demand that he be made to pay for his treachery. So great is the general outcry that the king is obliged to promise that the traitor will be brought back to Holmgard and made to stand trial for his crimes. For you, Lone Wolf, the king's promise is the start of a quest that will pit you against a hated foe, deep within the hostile caverns of Kalt. We get to have another skill now. So do we pick Better Hiding, Immunity from enemies that have psychic attack thing, Small Scale Telekinesis, so like the Force, you can like lift small objects and push and pull small objects, or possibly +2 weapon skill. The trouble with this is, because the Summer Sword is so good, if you don't get weapon skill in sword, it feels really bad because it's just kind of a wasted skill. At least until you eventually potentially lose the Summer Sword. So, I don't think weapon skill. There's telekinesis, immunity to psychic attack, and hiding. I think we'll go with small-scale telekinesis. Move small objects with the power of concentration. Before leaving the northern port of Askavan, you're escorted into a hall. Add this number to your gold. If you've completed a previous book, add this to the book that you carried over. However, there is a maximum amount of carryover money allowed. Before you set sail, you may pick any 2 of these things to add to your list. So, sword, short sword, padded leather waistcoat, spear, hammer, warhammer, axe, healing potion, food. So what do I want more? Do I want a padded leather waistcoat? Maximum health +2. Yes, please. And then, what are the special rations? No, I want to read about them, please. Well, no, I guess I've just got special rations. Meal star. Alright. Your mission is fraught with danger. Kalt is a bleak and hostile land. Your foe is a cunning one. Use the map to help you plot your course to the Ice Fortress. Make notes as you progress through the story. That will be of great help in your future adventures. Many things you find will aid you during your adventure. Special items will be of use in future Lone Wolf adventures, though some may be red herrings. Be selective in what you decide to keep. There are many routes to the Ice Fortress, but only one will enable you to capture Vonatar and return to Summerland with the minimum of danger. A wise choice in your disciplines and a great deal of courage should enable any player to complete the mission, no matter how poor their starting health and attack. Completing previous Lone Wolf's adventures is not essential for this quest. The betrayal of your country can be avenged by bringing the traitor to justice. Good luck. Even before you accept the task of bringing Vonatar to justice, preparations were being made for your voyage to Cult. The captain of the summer-lending warship, Cardinal, having returned from a long Cultese patrol, was ordered to await your arrival at Anscaven. During the night, food, ice equipment, and canoe dog teams were taken on board. The mission was highly secret. Only senior members of the crew were told of its true nature. The plan is to set you ashore at Hal Bluff. Drop anchor and wait your return. A team of trusted guides will lead you from the bluff to Ikaya. Once inside the Ice Fortress, you are to hunt down and capture Vonatar, and return with your guides to the ship. Your mission must be accomplished within 30 days, for winter is closing in, and no ship will withstand the grip of the Cult Ice Pact. If you do not return in time, the captain will set sail without you. For 6 days, the Cardinal sails across the stormy Cultese without running into a storm. Well, then why describe it as stormy? But anyway, every day the temperature steadily drops, until a layer of ice covers the decks. On the morning of the 7th day, the snow-capped island of Tola is sighted on the horizon. Soon after, a light wind rises from the west. At first, there appears to be little danger, but within half an hour, a furious blizzard is blowing, and all sight of land quickly vanishes into the scudding? Definition. Scudding. Move fast in a straight line as if it was driven by the wind. Or, Scottish, to slap, beat, or spank. Neither of those make sense. Oh well, I give up. All day the furious gale rages. Tremendous winds slice the tops of the huge grey waves, and water crashes over the decks, the masts, and the rigging of the ship. Freezing almost immediately onto solid ice. The sides of the ship become several feet thick with seawater. It is not until early evening that the weather clears, and although the wind still blows strongly, the force of the gale is spent. You are soon to discover that the gale has blown the ship nearly 30 miles off course, along the lip of the Lyuk ice shelf. You know that to return to Hell Bluff would be a waste of a day, so you decide to land on the ice shelf and start your mission from here. As the last of the canoe dogs are carried ashore, your guides tell you of the two possible routes to Ikaya from here. The first route involves a 130-mile trek to Cloudmaker Mountain, and then, following the difficult terrain of the Viad Glacier, a further 100 miles must be covered before you attempt to arrive at the ice fortress. The alternate route involves a longer journey of 180 miles to the Hrod Basin, followed by a trek of 100 miles through Storm Giant Pass. Even if the weather and good luck hold, either route will involve 10 days of hard trekking. You should consult the map of Cult before making your decision. And so now we have a new map. We started here, which joins... If we had the old map, you'd be able to see how this map is like the very top of the old map, and now this is the second map. So we've come from here up to here. We were meant to head more that way, but we got sidetracked a bit, and we're now over here. And we're trying to get to up here. We can either head along the glacier, or over this way, and then through Storm Giant Pass. I mean, following a glacier sounds easier than Storm's Giant Pass to me. So I guess we'll attempt the shorter but more difficult. But it's called more difficult. Yeah, we'll take the longer, more easier route then. You are to travel to Ikaya by sled. 2 sleds have been loaded with enough food and equipment for the mission, each drawn by a team of 6 canoe dogs. This sturdy breed is native to Cult, and they make ideal sled dogs. Their thick, tawny coats and powerful chests, as well as their renowned vigor and enthusiasm, makes them well suited to the harsh work ahead. Your 3 guides, Irian, Fenor, and Dice, are all experienced trappers, skilled at survival in this icy desert, and have experienced its many unseen dangers. Once the dogs are harnessed, you and Irian climb aboard your sled and signal to the others to lead the way. Staring across the frozen expanse of the Uljuk ice shelf, you see the white glare of the Hrod Basin edge. Ice blink, they call it, says Irian, his eyes glint from deep inside the hood. It's the reflection of the ice shelf. It looks no more than 4 miles away at most, but it's nearer 40 than 4. The air of Cult can be very deceptive. The weather is bright and windless, and you make excellent progress on the first day. As darkness sets in, you decide to set up camp for the night. The sleighs are drawn together, and the tent is erected in the salient... I thought that meant important. Like, promptly there. Away from the wind. Angle, pointing outwards. Okay. If you have 6th sense, turn to 35. We do. You get an uneasy feeling that something or someone is watching you. You leave the tent and peer into the night for some sign of life, but the snow and darkness hide everything. You return to your tent and go to sleep with one hand on your weapon in case of a surprise attack. When you awake, you sense that something has changed. It takes a minute to realize the incessant howling of the night winds has ceased. It is a beautiful morning, says Irian cheerfully, his head appearing through the tent flap. You quickly climb out of your sleeping furs and stare over the icy landscape. The Cult air is fresh and clear. You see a strong mirage in the distance that seems to throw the land up much higher than it could possibly be. We should make it to the rock by nightfall, says Fenner, as he busily pulls a reluctant dog into its harness. Best to make camp there tonight. The shelter is good. This far from the sea, a blizzard can whip across the shelf from nowhere in a few minutes. I've known trappers to be blown for miles if they're careless or unlucky enough to be caught out on the shelf with no cover. That day, the canoe dogs pull strong and true, for the going is smooth across the ice shelf. By nightfall, you have reached the rock, a splinter of granite that has thrust through the ice shelf. Its curious shape reminds you of the king's citadel in Holmgard. You make camp on the leeward side of the rock to avoid the worst of the night winds. Pick a number from the table. Random number table says 4. The following day, a strong wind rises from the north. Hour upon hour, it blows relentlessly into your face. The Uljuk ice shelf becomes a mass of twisted slabs of ice, jutting upwards at every angle. Progress is slow and difficult. By midday you shiver with the cold, your lips cracked and bleeding, and the icy blasts have covered you with a thin film of snow. You steer your sleigh through the narrow passage at the edge of the ice shelf, where it meets the Hrod Basin. Here you are sheltered from the wind, and for the first time you can see ahead clearly. There's a Yeti. Suddenly, shrieks from above warn you that you are not the only creatures seeking shelter here. Within seconds, 3 large Baknar jump from the ice wall and land with a crash on the sleds. Your fellow driver, Irian, is thrown against the ice and collapses unconscious. You are prevented from going to his aid by the hungry and ravenous Baknar. There is no hope of evading it, and you must fight to the death. Has a lot of health. But we have an absurd amount of extra combat skill on him. Summer Sword OP. You are able to defeat your enemy without taking too much damage. If you win combat, turn to this page. The heavy beast rolls off the sledge and lies motionless on the ice. Fëanor has managed to light a torch and is thrusting the flaming brand at the other two. They are terrified by the fire and quickly turn and flee. You cheer as they disappear and turn to congratulate your guides, but are stunned to see that they have already started to skin the dead Baknar. You watch with disgust as Dice opens the beast from throat to belly with his hunting knife. He quickly pulls back the white fur and scoops out handfuls of thick oil. The smell of the oil is horrible, so horrible in fact that the dogs bury their noses in the snow to avoid it. You cannot believe your own eyes when the two guides start to rub the oil all over their faces and clothes. Baknar oil! Nothing like it for keeping warm and dry. He puts his hand from the dead beast and offers you a fistful of the putrid jelly. I mean, there are guides for a reason, they know better. The smell is revolting, and you try desperately to hold your breath as you smear handfuls of the greasy slime inside your jacket. As the oil penetrates your skin, you feel a warm glow as if you were near a fire. The more you apply, the warmer you become. You also notice that the awful smell is gradually fading. Note the fact that you have applied Baknar oil to your action chart, although it does not take up any space and only applies for the duration of this adventure. When it soaks into your skin, you lose your sense of smell. Just as well, replies Dice. I don't think I could stand living with myself otherwise. The oil gives excellent insulation from the bitter cold of Kalt, and may save you valuable endurance points in the future. Irian regains consciousness and is soon scooping out the Baknar carcass for himself. Light is now fading fast, and you must decide to pitch camp in the narrow pass. You prepare a meal, and you take it in turns to sit watch, just in case the Baknar decide to return. The next morning arrives bright and windless. The sun pierces the thin layer of cloud, bathing the east in a soft pink glow. This beautiful vision reminds you The Kai Masters once told you that the light of Kalt is unlike anywhere else in Magnamund. With tent and equipment packed, you leave the pass and venture out onto the Hrod Basin. 100 miles of open ice now lie between you and Storm Giant's Pass. At first, the journey is easy. The basin has been worn smooth by the wind, and no crevasse lurk unseen beneath the hard, dense snow. But at dawn on the third day, events take a turn for the worse. You are awoken from a deep sleep by Dice, shaking your shoulder. He's frightened. What's wrong, you ask? Still bleary-eyed and sleepy. Ice barbarians on the horizon. 20. Maybe more. 5 wind slays and a warrior escort. I think that they've seen us. In an instant, you have climbed out of your sleeping furs and begun to pack away the tent. Dice is indeed correct. They are ice barbarians and they are headed towards you. If they catch us, we're good as dead, says Fina as he ties the last of the equipment to the sleigh. The ice barbarians of Kalt are a fierce and warlike race of nomads. For thousands of years, they have travelled the icy wasteland, trapping furs and herding mammoths. Their only contact with the rest of Magnamund is through the trading post of Ulyuk. In summer, when the coast around Ulyuk is free from ice, they journey there to trade their furs for weapons and tools, as there is no iron or wood in Kalt. They hate all except for their own kind and kill anyone they find who dares trespass within their icy domain. You soon hear their war cries less than 3 miles distant, and for the first time since you landed, you pray for a blizzard to hide your escape. You have covered less than a mile when the first of the Ice Barbarian scouts appear to the north on skis. At first there are only 2 of the fearsome warriors, but soon they are joined by 3 others. Large, muscular, and decked in furs. Some of them wear bone armor. Despite their size, they glide across the snow with an almost feline grace and speed. Each of them has a pole attached to his back, from which a small flag flutters. So they're essentially skiing samurai. Suddenly, a bone-tipped arrow whistles past your knee and embeds itself in the sleigh. An ice barbarian scout skis past to your right. He is less than 10 yards away, and you can clearly see his slanted eyes and sharp cheekbones. You realize that what you had mistaken for muscle and fur is in fact an ice barbarian child. Each scout is carrying a large backpack containing a small child. These children are armed with small bone bows, and they fire a constant stream of arrows as their fathers ski nearer and nearer. The children are in charge of this society, and they ride their adult mounts around. The war humans. Saddle the war humans. Suddenly, Irian falls, an arrow buried in his back. Dice runs to his aid, but is shot down before he has taken a dozen steps. Fëanor is hit, an arrow passing straight through his throat. He bravely staggers on for a minute before collapsing in the snow. You are now on your own. An ice barbarian scout skis past to your left and returns towards you, head on. He has a spear under one arm, leveled at your chest. Do we fight or try and escape? They're on skis. I think we have to fight. Combat skill 20, endurance 28. Let's go. We one-hit KO. Yeah. No! If he loses more endurance points than you in the first round of combat, turn to 271. Your attack has caused him to lose his balance. He stumbles in a flurry of snow and his skis broken. The fur-clad child rolls clear of his father's backpack and lies face downwards in the snow. The ice barbarian scout is badly dazed, but he is already staggering to his feet. Grab the child as a hostage and try to escape. If so, turn to 262, or attack the scout before he regains his senses. The Ice Barbarian is on his knees as you enter combat. He cannot react to your attack during his first 2 rounds. Ignore any endurance points you lose during these first 2 rounds of combat. We finish killing our enemy. The dead Ice Barbarian's child cowers over his father's body and stares at you with hatred, blazing in his eyes. You notice that the others are closing, and you must quickly act to save yourself. You decide to use the boy as a hostage, but he is like a wild animal. He bites and scratches and kicks to free himself from your grip. You manage to hang on to the struggling child and remove a bone dagger from his boot to prevent him stabbing you in the back. The Ice Barbarians have dragged themselves up into a circle around you, but they dare not attack while you're holding one of their children as a hostage. Holding your dagger to his throat, you slowly inch your way towards the sleigh. You soon realize you will never be able to outdistance them on a loaded sleigh, though. You have to think of something, and quickly. Cut the equipment loose, free the child, and escape on the unloaded sleigh. Or keep the boy a hostage. No, we don't need our hostage. Letting him go at the last possible moment, you grab the sleigh whip and lash the dogs, driving them for everything they are worth. On all sides, arrows whistle past and several thud into the framework of the empty sled. A couple of Ice Barbarian scouts give chase, but your dog team is now much faster and you soon outdistance their arrows. By nightfall, you reach the edge of the Viad Mountains. This gentle granite range rises sheer out of the ice and snow and presents you with a impassable barrier on your moonless night. Meanwhile, a wind arises from the west, heralding a night's squall. You must find shelter or you'll surely perish in the blizzard. If you have either tracking or sixth sense, go here. Or you could look for shelter, or you could go back south. No, use our spidey sense / tracking. Your skills reveal to you that there is a network of caves less than a couple of 100 yards to the south. You abandon the sled and search southwards. You have explored only 100 yards of the rock face when you discover a large fissure, the entrance to a cave. In your eagerness to escape from the bitter wind, you quickly enter and, in the darkness, fail to notice the crevasse that divides the cave in two. In a tumble of ice and snow, you fall head first into the dark. You fall over 30 feet and land flat on your back in the snow-filled crevasse. You are surrounded by stalagmites, sharp and jagged ice. But you have miraculously escaped death and injury. Shaken, and thankful to be alive, you stagger to your feet and grasp a crystal stalagmite for support. You slowly become aware that you can see your hands quite clearly. A faint light is seeping from a fissure to your left. With curiosity getting the better of you, you stagger across the crevasse floor and explore the mysterious cave. After a few hundred yards, you find yourself in a huge cavern that spreads out in all directions as far as the eye can see. You've entered the caverns of Cult, and are now looking at the uncharted world that few Summerlending have ever seen. This massive underground labyrinth was constructed by the ancients, many ages before the Summerlending set foot on Magnamund. Its wide avenues, temples, and arenas once echoed to the sounds of a race for creatures for whom the ice was a natural home. Malare bowls still hang from the ceiling, bathing the caverns in their eternal light. You trek steadily northwards for nearly 6 hours until you arrive at the bank of a fast-flowing meltwater river. On the opposite bank, you see a tunnel leading off into the distance. You can find no apparent way of crossing the deep river, except by using the ice floes that bob up and down on its surface, jumping from one to the next. You could get to the opposite bank, but it will not be easy. You will have to jump at least 3 to reach the other side. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have hunting, you can add 2. If your current endurance is less than 8, deduct 2. We are good. Running from the tunnel entrance, you quickly leave the icy river far behind. You follow the tunnel for countless hours as it bends its way northwards. It becomes impossible to recall what hour of the day it is. The perpetual half-light of the caverns never changes. Through fissures in the wall of the tunnel, you catch glimpses of other chambers, and you marvel at the sheer scale of the labyrinth. You are suddenly asleep on... No. You are nearly asleep on your feet when you suddenly detect the aroma of cooked meat. It is coming from a chamber just a few yards ahead of you. You are hungry and must soon eat. Sure, let's investigate the chamber. You see two men in ragged clothes huddled together beside a fire, burning inside a small metal bowl. Over the flames, the skinned carcasses of a small animal is roasting. The men are old and toothless, and have a strange glint of madness in their slanted eyes. Kill them! The two men stare at you in horror and fumble for their weapons. You have killed one before the other even starts to fight back. He is desperate and attacks you with great fury. You must fight to the death. Victory. You make a quick search of the bodies and discover that one of them has a triangle of blue stone hanging by a chain around his neck. If you wish to keep it, mark it as a special item on your action chart. You are very hungry and quickly consume the cooked animal, pausing only to spit out the bones. You notice that the fire is burning in a strange half-spherical bowl. The other half of the sphere lies on the icy floor note nearby. You find that both halves fit together perfectly. When you open them, you discover that the fire still burns inside. If you wish to keep this fire sphere, put it in your jacket and mark it on your action chart. You finish the last scraps of food and return to the tunnel. Sure. Unless you have just eaten, lose 3 endurance. Because of hunger, you continue along the tunnel for over a mile, but you soon become tired and stop to sleep. When you awake, feeling refreshed, you have no idea of how long you have slept. The light of the caverns never changes. You continue onwards, mile after mile, passing through a series of huge ice walls, containing towering pillars of crystal. In one vast chamber, you're mesmerized by the beautiful sight of a shimmering crystal ceiling. Beyond this chamber lies an even greater spectacle, a narrow passage leading on to the ledge running around the brink of a huge chasm, over half a mile wide. As you edge your way around this awesome void, you try not to look down into the wind-swept depths many miles below. You have been on the ledge for only a few minutes when a noise behind you makes you glance back. You see that you are being followed by a monstrous two-headed serpent. We do have tracking and animal kinship. You recognize it to be a Javek. A two-headed and deadly poisonous ice snake. As it slithers near you, you can see the jaw and its second head, and the yellow curved fangs dripping with venom. It moves quickly, and you know that you will not be able to outrun it on the narrow ledge. You remove the fire sphere from your jacket, splitting it into 2 halves and placing them upon the narrow ledge. The Javek hisses loudly, both its heads weaving and darting at you. It is desperate to attack, but simply will not approach the fire sphere. Instead, it attempts to slither around the flames, but the ledge is so narrow, it cannot pass without singeing itself. Eventually, and angrily but powerlessly, the strange reptile resigns itself to failure and disappears back along the ledge into the passageway below. You can retrieve the fire sphere and continue your exploration. You reach a tunnel on the far side of the chasm and follow it for many miles. You arrive at an enormous chamber, the ceiling of which towers 500 feet above you. An icy wind blowing through the many fissures that crack the ceiling whips around the hole. If you wish to search for a way of climbing up and through the fissures, turn to 335. If you decide to press on and look for an exit on the far side of the hole, Yes, please. You discover a low passage that opens into a cavern full of stalagmites. There are 2 exits in the opposite wall. Both disappear into darkness. In the snow around the entrance of both tunnels are many strange tracks. We have tracking. The tracks have been made by dangerous and carnivorous creatures called Baknar. If you run into them in the confines of a dark and narrow tunnel, your chances of survival will be slim indeed. Although your Kai discipline has enabled you to identify the tracks, you don't know which tunnel they occupy. There's certain danger ahead, but you're not sure in which direction. After a short walk, you arrive at the massive ice hall, full of crystal stalagmites and stalactites. The floor is covered with animal tracks and bones, yet the vast hall seems empty and still. You notice the northern wall is a completely smooth surface of granite blocks stretching skywards to the icy ceiling over 100 feet above. You realize that you are staring at the foundation stones of Ikaya. You have reached the ice fortress. Yeah, we got to the ice fortress. So far, so good. Partially obscured by a large mound of crystals, you can make out a ramp leading up to the massive stone door of the fortress wall. Your discovery brings renewed hope. If you can gain entry to Ikaya and quickly capture Vonatar, there is still time to reach your ship before the pack ice starts to freeze. Yeah, let's search the bone-littered floor. You discover that many of the bones scattered among the stalagmites are human in origin. Shattered skulls, skeletal hands, rib cages lie half buried in the ice. You're about to abandon your search when a small box made of carved bone catches your eye. Open it. What's in the box? The bone box contains a beautiful diamond. Its many facets gleam and sparkle, even in the dim half-light of the ice hole. In Summerland, a jewel of this size and quality would be worth thousands of crowns. If you wish to keep the diamond, slip it into your pocket and mark it as a special item. Yes, please. Giga Crystal, yes. As you climb the slippery stone ramp, the sound of cracking ice makes you spin around. The large mound of crystal at the base of the ramp is beginning to move. The crystals are alive! You stare in disbelief as the mound is transformed into a writhing mass of crystal coils. The coils unwind and the ice creature slithers towards you. We'll fight it. This strange creature is a crystal frostworm, a scavenging beast living on the remains of the unfortunate creatures that enter the cavern. Its hard skin is almost transparent, and its internal organs can be seen pulsating inside. A large mouth opens in a crystalline head to reveal the row upon row of jagged crystal teeth. Your back is pressed to the stone door and there is no way to avoid the monster. Fight to the death, immune to Mind Blast. But it's got garbage skill, even if it has good health, so... Butter scratch. Once you've won combat, turn to 3. You watch with a mixture of fascination and revulsion as each segment of the creature shatters and slowly dissolves into the ice. Soon all that remains of the frostworm are the undigested contents of its stomach. To your surprise, in the center of the mess of fetid flesh and bone, you see the shank of an ornate silver key. If you wish to take the key, yes please. The key is coated with corrosive digestive acid that burns through your mittens and attacks your fingers. Suffer 1 damage. You drop the key and plunge your hand into the snow to ease your pain. If you wish to keep the key, you can wipe it in the snow before placing it in your pocket, but remember to mark it. Yes, please. Key, yes. The fortress door is completely smooth. It has no visible lock, hinge, or keyhole. Turning your attention to the granite wall, you notice that one of the massive blocks is different from the others. A small triangle has been cut into its surface. Do we have Didn't we take one of those from one of the... No? No, Triangle of Blue Stone. Yeah, we took it from the dead one that we then took his child hostage. Removing the bluestone triangle from around your neck, you press it onto the granite wall. It is a perfect fit, and you immediately feel a tremor running through the ledge on which you are standing, followed by a grinding noise of stone upon stone. The door opens, but after it has opened less than 3 feet, it begins to close. Without a moment's hesitation, you dive into the fortress, and the door crashes shut behind you. You may still keep the triangle. The corridor in which you now stand is far warmer than the icy cavern outside. For the first time in many days, you can lower the hood of your cloak and remove your mittens without risking frostbite. You notice that the stone passage ascends to a landing where other passages branch off to the east. Mlare bowls hang at regular intervals along the ceiling, their unnatural light illuminating the carved walls. As you approach the landing, you notice an archway leading into a small room beyond. A strange sight meets your eyes. Ragged furs, pottery shards, and the debris of hundreds of years seems to have been thrown into this chamber. A large lever protrudes from the wall besides the archway. If you wish to enter the room and investigate, turn here. Pull the lever, go here, or explore eastwards. Well, let's go have a look at the map. Sorry. The map. But there's no more info about the inside of the ice fortress. So, investigate what's in the room. After 10 minutes of searching the room, you discover an old fur backpack and a coil of rope. Take the backpack only if you do not possess one. The rope counts as 2 backpack items, taking up an extra slot. Sure. We're up to 7 of 8. Finally satisfied there is nothing else of value in the junk room, you may leave. You soon reach the bottom of a flight of broad stone steps that ascend northwards to a landing 30 feet above. The center of each step has been worn smooth by the feet of countless creatures that once inhabited the lower levels of cold Ikea. As you climb, you wonder how long you will remain undetected. So far, you've seen nor heard any other living soul in the deserted passageways. You currently have the element of surprise on your side, and you pray that Vonatar is unprepared for an intruder from the depths of his own fortress. You reach the landing and pass through an empty hall towards a darkened archway beyond. Here, the passage splits and branches off towards the east and west. You are hungry and must now eat. Eat one of our meals. If you wish to take the east passage, turn to 92. If you want to take the west passage, we will head west. You've been walking along the passage for less than 5 minutes when it veers sharply northwards. Just ahead, to your left, you can see a large stone door. The lever is up and the door is closed. Pull the lever. The stone portal creaks open and grinds to a halt halfway across. The gap is a little over 2 feet wide, and you're only just able to squeeze through into the chamber beyond. The air of the room is cold and stale. The chamber has laid undisturbed for thousands of years. Stone shelves stacked high with bottles and flasks. On a table in the center lies a beautiful pack full of different colored potions. Sure, examine the potions. 4 ornate glass vials. Red, orange, green, and black liquids. Red? Wiping the grime from the stopper, you unscrew it and sniff it. I have the discipline of healing, so we may learn more about it. It is distilled lampspur, a herb of great healing properties. This concentrated potion is powerful enough to restore 5 hit points if you wish. Sure. The orange potion. The stopper on the vial is jammed, and you have to take great care not to break the slender glass neck. It gradually loosens, and you sniff the orange liquid. I do have Sixth Sense, but not weapon skill, so we may learn more about this. It is a potion to be distilled alpha. A potion of strength. Your Kai Masters used it to increase their combat skill in battle. And there is enough to increase your combat skill by 4 for the duration of a single combat. For it to be effective, you must swallow it immediately before your fight. If you wish to keep the vial, sure. Yes, please, we've got space for that. But now I'm going to be forced to pick, do I throw away meals? You manage to remove most of the hardened wax that covers the stopper and ease the reluctant seal from its fragile glass stem. We do have animal kinship. You recognize the aroma of concentrated gallow brush, or sleep tooth. This is a thorny briar your Kai Masters use to induce sleep when tending to ill or injured horses. A distilled brew from this plant is a powerful sleeping potion. So I will lose our banana. We'll assume that the banana has reasonably gone off by now, rather than coming with us across the ocean. And the final potion. If you want to break the seal, you must risk smashing it. If you wish to, turn here, or if you are suspicious or do not wish to break it... Yeah, no. Black liquid can stay. I don't want to get infected with... Oh. I don't want to get infected with, alien. You notice that the ceiling and walls of the corridor are covered with strange carvings. They seem to depict small cyclones or tornadoes, gradually changing shape into an almost human form. Though puzzled by the strange hieroglyphs, you continue until you reach a point where the tunnels take a sharp right turn. Only a few feet along the northern wall is another stone floor. The lever in the wall next to it is raised, and the door is closed. Several yards ahead, a flight of stairs disappears upwards. Investigate the door. You depress the lever and the stone door slides aside to reveal a large chamber. It is cold, stale, and empty, except for a granite chest. Sure, examine the chest. The faces of grotesque and distorted creatures adorn the surface of the chest. Their obscene expressions and unnatural proportions make you shudder with revulsion. Set into the center of the lid is a large stone block carved with a hideous face, the mouth of which is shaped like a keyhole. If you have the ornate silver key, you may try and use it. So the key that we found in the snake room, or the big crystal worm room, was that it? Yep, ornate silver key, yes, yes, so... Sure. You insert the key and turn it clockwise. It clicks, confirming that it works. The shank of the key slips from your grip and disappears into the lock, and the great stone lid opens to reveal a magnificent silver helm. Remember to erase the ornate silver key from your action chart. You have Sixth Sense. You sense that it has magical properties that can aid you in combat, and you detect no evil surrounding the item. Sure. Despite its size, the silver helm feels light and comfortable. Mark it on your action chart as a special item. If you're already wearing another helmet, discard it. If you wish to keep it, if worn during combat, it will increase your combat skill by 2 points. The lid of the chest closes slowly, and you leave the chamber, elated with your magnificent discovery. You continue along the corridor and explore the staircase ahead. You climb over 100 stone steps before arriving at a narrow landing. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have the Kai discipline of Sixth Sense tracking or hunting, add 3. To your right, you notice that a stone door is cunningly concealed by an intricate wall carving. A close examination of the carving reveals a lever. Pull the lever, Kronk. The stone door moves slowly to one side. It reveals a narrow archway. that is full of billowing and swirling mist, hiding whatever lurks beyond. You notice a severe drop in temperature. If you have Sixth Sense, and if you have reached Guardian, turn to 34. If you have Sixth Sense but have not reached Guardian... So how do I find out that? I think that's just how many of the previous books you've done. And seeing as we've done every book, I think that we have that rank. If you do not have Sixth Sense, you prepare yourself to fight and pass through the Misty Arc. You can sense the presence of a powerful life force beyond the Misty Arc. As you concentrate, you suddenly recall a tale told to you when you were a small child. The legend of the Vagnadian Gate. It was a tale of ice demons and how they fought a war to be able to leave their world and come to Cult. Formless creatures without shape or substance, existing as pure energy from another dimension, beyond the confines of space and time. The ice demons discovered the Vagnadian Gate, a sort of door between their world and Magnamud. They fought each other to enter. Unaware of the fate that waited them, the ancients also discovered the gate. Hail, Mount Bizzle. Really? Isn't that approximately how much it costs anyway? Okay, it's only a little bit more than that. As the ice demons passed through Vagadan, their spirits were imprisoned in crystals by the cunning ancients, who harnessed the power of the ice demons to build Ikaya. The Mlare bowls that light the fortress each contain the spirits of lesser ice demons trapped within. You also remember the tale warns against destroying the crystal prisons. If an ice demon is released, it will seek to claim the body of its rescuer. Forewarned by your skill, you enter the Misty Arc. So don't destroy the crystals. You enter a massive chamber, ill-lit and icy cold. A hidden temple of the ancients. The floor is made from slabs of quartz and granite and is littered with rock and ice. Your eye follows a line of tall pillars leading towards a sacrificial altar, set in an alcove in the northern wall. Upon this altar lies a strange statue, which seems to be carved from smooth white stone. At its head and feet, black staves rest upright in holes bored into the stone altar. If you wish to cross the temple and advance towards the staircase, turn to 60. If you wish to cross the temple floor by stepping only on the quartz flagstones, turn to 168. If you wish to cross by only stepping on the granite flagstones, so... I'm gonna go with black? You carefully make your way across the floor until you are standing next to the altar. The statue seems cold and lifeless, but you sense that something is trapped within. You can almost hear its desperate cries for release. We will not be smashing the crystal that we were told contains an ice demon. As you pass through the archway, you notice a lever set into the dark stone wall. You pull it and the door slides across, sealing the temple behind you. The temperature is warmer, and you can hear a low rumbling sound somewhere in the distance. Ahead, you can see a light at the end of the dark passageway. You discover that it is shining out of an oblong portal, close to the floor, through which you can see a corridor 10 feet below. If you wish to squeeze through the portal and drop into the corridor, or if you wish to continue along the passage. One sec, sorry. No squeezing. You advance into the darkness, feeling ahead with your weapon for any obstruction. For some distance, the tunnel continues northwards before turning sharply to your right. A few feet ahead, you can see light streaming from another portal. Beyond is a staircase descending into darkness. Sure. 20 feet below the portal, you see a man dressed in a dark cloak. He is kneeling in the center of a large pentagram, chalked on the floor. How about we don't interrupt the demon summoning, man? At the bottom of the staircase, you discover a tunnel going northwards. You're about to follow it when your hand touches a lever protruding from the wall to your right. A closer examination reveals a secret door. Sure. The door opens to reveal a wide, well-lit corridor running north to south. The low rumbling noise you detected earlier seems louder than in the darkness of the passage behind. To your left, you see a door, and in the distance, a junction. Sure, investigate the junction. On the west wall of the corridor, you see another stone door, with a small spy hole cut into the center, revealing a cell on the other side. An old man is huddled in the far corner, his face and hair matted with blood and dirt. His blue robes so filthy that the crescent stars embroidered on them are almost obscured. He sounds like he's being tortured, and he's one of the friendly wizards. "Upon my soul, Akai Lord!" he exclaims, eyes wide with astonishment. "I've prayed for freedom, for deliverance from this infernal place, and although hope never deserted me, I never expected such an illustrious rescuer." In the midst of his excitement, the old man is suddenly disturbed by a fit of coughing, leaving him pale and exhausted. It is a few minutes before he can speak. "My name is Loi Kaimar, Elder of the Magicians Guild of Tauren," he says, slowly removing a crystal pendant, the symbol of the guild, from beneath his tattered robes. It is known as the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star, and the magician shows you his pendant as proof of his identity. You ask him how he came to be imprisoned here, hundreds of miles from his native Tauren. "Vonotar, that unspeakable wretch, is responsible for my plight. Days before the Dark Lord's invasion of Summerland, he betrayed your masters to win power. The black power of death and darkness. He failed to play his part in the war plans his evil masters had laid out. The Dark Lords do not tolerate failure. Mercy has no place in their brutal minds. In the bitterness of defeat, they sought to destroy him for his crime of failure. Vonotar knew that I possessed the only means to effect an escape from their vengeance, for my guild staff has the power of teleportation. He tried to steal it and flee to the safety of Ikaya by himself, but he learnt that its power is not for men to share. Only I am blessed with its secret. He was angry and would have murdered my kinspeople had I not agreed to bring him here, and I had no choice but to do so. Ever since, I have been a prisoner in this cell. He has tortured my body and my mind, though I have not yet divulged the secret of my guild staff, which he now keeps in the hall of the Brumelmark. For if I were to tell him, my life would no longer be of any value. You tell Loi Kamar of your mission and the events that have led to your meeting. He offers to show you a route through Ikaya to the hall of the Brumelmark, where the bad guy resides as its ruler. If you can retrieve his guild staff, he will teleport you to the coast in time to rendezvous with your ship. For the first time since you fell into the caverns, you feel confident that your mission can succeed. I do not have a glowing crystal. Follow me, says Loi Kaimar. I have listened to the sounds of Ikaya for over a year, and the secret sliding doors and hidden routes are no mystery to me. I have learnt more about these corridors and passageway from the confines of my cell than Vonotar has discovered with all his cunning. You follow him through a network of secret passages and tunnels, up long flights of stairs, and into chambers dark and cold. At the top of one very steep staircase, you come to a stone door. A strange, sickly smell is seeping from a small spy hole. "The kitchens," whispers Loi Kaimar, showing his distaste for Ikaya cuisine by sticking out his tongue and grimacing. You can see that the secret door opens next to a fireplace in which burns a roaring fire. Hanging over the fire is a large stone cauldron with gruel. 2 ice barbarians sit at the table nearby with empty bowls in front of them. We could use our potion here to put them asleep. You take the potion from your backpack, open the door just wide enough to be able to empty the contents of the vial into the bubbling cauldron. You don't have to wait long for the barbarians to fall asleep after their meal. Remember to remove the potion from your special items list. The kitchen is small and surprisingly well stocked with herb. These are from the trading posts at Uldyuk, says Loy Kaimar, peering closely at the labelled jars. Opening 2 herb jars, he mixes the contents and offers them to you. It will give you strength, Lone Wolf, he says. You eat the dry leaves and feel a warm glow radiating through your body. Restore up to 6 health. We're on the same level as the Hall of the Brumelmark, he whispers. It is at the end of this corridor. 2 ice barbarians stand beside a jewel-encrusted door that led to the Great Hall. They are covered from head to toe in strange bone armor and armed with crystal swords. The old wizard steps back from the door and says, "We must deal with them silently and swiftly." He takes 3 jars from his pockets and mutters a strange incantation as he mixes the contents together in a stone bowl. There is a pitcher of water on the table. He splashes a few drops onto the herbs. A wisp of blue smoke rises. This will silence the guards if we can move close enough to them. We could use our ability to float small objects. You draw on your powers of concentration to levitate the bowl of fuming herbs and send it hovering along the corridor. You bring it to rest in the shadow of the pilaster? Not plaster, pilaster. What is a pilaster? A rectangular column, especially one projecting from a wall. And watch its effects with great curiosity. For in less than a minute, the ice barbarian guards have collapsed to the floor. Now is our chance, whispers Loy Kaimar, and he ushers you out of the kitchen. You approach the hall of the Brumelmark, undetected, and discover that one of the magnificent jeweled doors is unlocked. Drawing your weapon, you push the door gently ajar and enter Vonatar's cabin. Well, chamber. The hall of the Brumelmark is a vast chamber constructed of crystal blocks rising to a central plateau. On this stands the Brumelmark throne, as old as Ikaya itself. There, Vonatar sits, surrounded by the tomes of eldritch trappings of a necromancer. He is wrapped in study and does not see you enter. He remains oblivious to your presence until Loy Kaimar sneezes. "Who dares disturb me?" he hisses from the Brumelmark throne, his eyes searching for an intruder. Upon seeing you, he emits a horrified gasp and stumbles for his black staff. He has the look of a criminal who has been discovered in the act of some dreadful crime. You raise your weapon and begin to climb the crystal pyramid. You know you have little time to reach him if you are to overpower and capture him alive. You reach the edge of the plateau in time to see a wide circle of blocks descending around the throne. Between you and Vonatar is a deep moat. From the depths of the moat, you hear a ghastly, inhuman gibbering. You brace yourself for combat, but are unprepared for the horror that faces you. Holy moly. From out of the dark slithers a huge, ghoulish green monster, its deformed head a mass of tentacles and suckers that ooze a putrid black slime. At the center of this writhing mass is a hideous yellow eye which pulsates. He has control over the monster and is directing it towards you. Do we possess an effigy? No, because we don't have that option available. Okay, but we do have the Summer Sword. The tentacled horror rises from the moat and attacks you. You glimpse Vonatar raising his black staff and fixing his gaze towards Loy Kaimar. He is attacking the old magician with his mind force. You realize that if he's killed, the secret of the guild staff will die with him. Before you can do anything else, you must fight the monster to death. This is Akranior, one of the undead. Remember to double damage done during this combat because of the Summer Sword. It has a lot of health, 50. We will use our potion of even more combat skill. We do 32 damage in a single hit. You are able to defeat it without taking too much damage. We won the combat quickly. As the vile Akraninor quivers and dies, Vonatar breaks off his mind combat and runs back towards the Brumalmark throne. Loy Kaimar is shaken badly but has survived the ordeal. He quickly joins you at the end of the moat and casts a handful of herbs down into the darkness. Within seconds, a mass of vines and creepers coil upwards to form a bridge. You are halfway across the bridge when Vonatar suddenly reappears, crystal rod held high in his hands. He takes aim at the mass of creepers, and a chilling cone of frost hurtles from the rod's tip. If you possess the Summer Sword, you may use Absorb Magic. You point the Summer Sword towards the crystal rod. In an instant, the cone of frost arcs away from the bridge and shatters against the golden sword. You hear him curse you once again. The power of the Summer Sword saves you from his destructive magic. Your time has come, shouts a voice. But it is Loy Kaimar and not Vonatar who speaks. A knot of herbs flies through the air and hits Vonatar squarely in the chest. In an instant, the hunchback wizard is engulfed in a tangle of vines that ensnare him from head to toe. Loy Kaimar bridges the moat with more creepers and joins you upon the platform. Be sure to remove his rings and amulets, he says, as he busily searches for his guild staff. He is a master of trickery. We would not want him to miss the special homecoming that awaits him in Summerland. You marvel at the old man's composure. After such a desperate fight, he is completely unruffled. Ah! Here she is, he announces triumphantly, as she withdraws his guild staff from beneath the Brumalmark throne. You pass him your map of Cult and point to the location of the Cardinal. I'll not be needing that, he replies a little contemptuously. Maps are invariably wrong. I prefer to rely on my own sense of direction. He raises his staff and a dazzling beam of light shoots from its tip. He makes 3 wide sweeps of the air, and the whole of Brumalmark is transformed into an umbrella of colour. As the colours fade, you become aware of the sudden drop in temperature. You now stand upon the Yuk ice shelf at a point less than half a mile from where the Cardinal lies at anchor. Loy Kaimar and Vonatar are close by, shivering in the chill morning air. Within minutes, you are sighted by the ship's lookout, and a longboat is dispatched. As a wriggling Vonatar is hoisted unceremoniously above the Cardinal and deposited in the brig, the captain is the first to congratulate you on your skill and daring. How did you manage to return so quickly, he asks incredulously. We were not expecting you for 10 more days. Let us say, interrupts Loy Kaimar, that the wisdom of the Kai and the lore of the Magicians' Guild can surpass the limitations of even time itself. A puzzled expression crosses the captain's face, but it's gradually replaced by a smile, as he begins to understand the magician's curious answer. Your journey to Anscanvel is swift, but you are saddened by your memories of the brave guides that were left behind. Your arrival in the port is greeted by an anxious crowd. They fear that your early return is a sign of failure. When the news of Vonatar's capture becomes known, your warrior skills are required once again. This time, in defense of your enemy against the seething mob of outraged Summerlending that assault the jail. Safe passage is eventually secured to Torren, where trial awaits the traitor. Upon the dawn of the Feast of Maesman, in the depths of the Guildhall of the Crystal Star, Vonatar the traitor is tried by his brotherhood and found guilty of his terrible crimes. He is led away in silence to the deepest chamber of the Guildhall, wherein lies the Dazian, a portal of total darkness, the door of an eternal prison from which there can be no escape. You are the avenger of his crimes, and it is you who casts the wretched traitor into the limbo of Dazian. Your mission is now completed. You have survived the caverns of Cult and freed Summerland from the menace of Vonatar. But the heat of battle and the challenge of a new and desperate quest awaits you in Book 4 of the Lone Wolf series, entitled The Chasm of Doom. Alright, we've earned back we have a book without a death. So we're rolling above our average par. Good. That one felt a bit shorter, but again, once you have the Summer Sword, it takes a while before the games work out how to balance it properly. from memory. The Summer Sword just lets you cruise through fights. Join us next time in the Chasms of Doom. Alright. Oh, and with that, it will be Blobber's dinner time. I might be back after dinner and we might do a little bit more of Simpsons Hit and Run. We will see. For now... we will happily pass you along to Edgar. And seeing as we now know that it definitely can do one book to the other, I fully intend to do all of these. So we're at, what, book 4 of like 20. So we've probably got 5 or 6 weeks of this. I am keen. Look forward to it, everyone. Thank you for watching. It's been the Blobber. If it's the first time watching, consider hitting that follow button. It will let you know when I am live again. Otherwise, peace all. Maybe catch you later with Simpsons Hit and Run. Maybe.